So it's been a little bit since I've been on here. I'm doing a face recording and all that stuff as well. It's been maybe a month or so since I've been back up on my feet after the first couple months of the year. I was pretty much bedridden, couldn't walk, um, probably almost dead at certain points during that period. Uh, I don't know. I've been trying to find jobs afterwards. It hasn't been going so well. Almost got hired on a warehouse the other day, but I told them that they wanted me to like tell them about myself, and I ended up explaining some of my plans to how I was going to better my future and have more stability in my future. And they ended up not hiring me because they said that they didn't expect me to still be working there in 5 years. So job interviews, they ask the same questions generally, but I'm finding more and more, I mean, you can't be honest when it comes to getting hired in businesses. I fully expected I would probably still be working there in 5 years. I guess they were wanting me to train up to be a manager, but I c if they think that you're not gonna stay around, I mean, you can't there's not really much I can say to prove that unless you make a contract. But, I've been thinking on this for a little bit, and I've had an Instagram. Basically, I made a secondary Instagram a while back, and I made sure, like, no one follows it. It's just kind of sitting there in the void. And I've slowly been posting videos when I remember to do it about things in life, things I've went through, um, plans and ways I'm thinking about things to go through the future. And the idea was is that I was going to essentially save my life's journey as best I could and then pass it on if I ever had a family so that they would have something they could look back on and kind of reflect their own decisions with mine during the same sort of age period, time period. And I'm thinking about trying to do something similar maybe on this channel thing now. Um as you can see, like I'm still in okay shape at the moment, but I'm not physically fit. I would say I'm maybe above average just because I know about breathing and all that, and I got a good build, and I don't necessarily um, eat a bunch of junk food or anything anymore. I've kind of lost my taste for a lot of that stuff, except for on occasion. But I think if because I don't fully part of the reason why I stopped streaming as much was really that when I first started streaming, I just did it to have something going on. I was playing like Guild Wars MMO, League of Legends back in the day, um, and then ended up going to college and stuff. And I don't think I really streamed as much, if at all, at college, even though I was still playing League of Legends and I started playing esports and League of Legends in college. We had our own team. I started training for esports competitions and I started training for shooters and I was still playing sports and all of that. And then when I ended up getting into a relationship, I actually stopped playing video games altogether. I just cut cold turkey, never even thought about them anymore. And when that ended, um, I really never fully got back into playing them again. And I think at some point, I don't know, there was some point after I had been working at a normal job for a while that I came back and played it, not really because I had an interest of playing video games at the moment. It was more so that I had like a couple of hours in the day that I just had nothing to do, and I couldn't really figure out what I was going to do for that. And then I also had no ways to like relieve stress because I don't, unlike a lot of people, like I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't go places, I don't really go out to eat unless my family is going out to eat. Um, I did pick up a pizza habit in college, so occasionally I will still go out and get pizzas. Um, but other than that, I never really saw a big need to, go out and do anything. Like sometimes I want to go bowling or skating, but I've never had anyone to go bowling or skating with, so there's not really a reason for me to go. And then I always have, because how I was raised, um, my parents and stuff basically set it up to where if you wanted something, they would have you wait to see if it would go on sale or if you would get it for Christmas or something like that, or you'd have to, uh, do something. But generally, it would never come around. It would never go on sale. Um, you probably wouldn't get it for Christmas, but the main things that we picked up were just, I mean, if it doesn't happen, then it wasn't really meant to happen. And then I have like my religious roots from my grandma about like it was much more strict back then, I would think, but I don't think everyone, especially these days, I don't think they really went through the same teachings that I went through because my grandma, she went to like all of the churches every week. So, I mean, it was multiple days a week going places, hearing different types of preachers and things. But the main church that we were at that had Sunday school and stuff, it was always about self sacrifice, not overindulging. A bunch of those, I think, core kind of values that I don't think a lot of people that go to church these days still practice. I've seen a lot of preachers and stuff over the years. Now they kind of preach like everything is for you. Um, so I don't really know, but I wouldn't say I'm super religious. I just kind of got these base values that I was kind of brought up with. I would say that those were most likely the basis of discipline at an early age, being able to control yourself, and especially like church meals, Sundays, when you go out and basically everyone brings food and you have these big old meals and everyone loads up their plates and stuff. I would get a very modest plate, one plate. I would never get two. And it was mainly because Stuff that they teach you early on when I was in church anyway was you only take what you need. And I wasn't necessarily a starving kid. You don't need a bunch of food. I mean, there's plenty there for everybody, and there's no need to hoard a bunch of food. I think that's probably the starts of discipline, starts of me thinking. Got into chess and stuff. Used to play chess a lot when I was younger. One of the first games that I learned how to play it, also from my grandma. And got into like educational TV. Like I still watched cartoons and stuff, but Discovery Channel, what was it, World's Deadliest, all those kind of shows were always really good. And I liked watching those a lot. And my parents tended to watch a lot of crime shows, CSI and stuff, things with a lot of puzzles and thinking, which I think probably helped foster my mind kind of growing up. There was a lot of romance and stuff, movies that my sisters and my mom watched, which pretty much is the basics where I started learning how to try and socialize with people and stuff because I was never super social growing up. My church experiences pretty much stopped around 4 or 5. Um, Might have been later than that. I don't know. Let's just say like 5 to 8, somewhere in there. My grandma passed away, and my parents didn't go to church or anything. So, um, a lot of time spent just kind of thinking about philosophy and stuff when I was younger. When I was at school, and all that, I never really talked to people much, except for my family until I was like 22, 23. Um, that's when I ended up getting into my first serious relationship. Uh, and well, that's where it ended. When I was in the relationship, I didn't really talk very much. I had a hard time communicating. I still do. I also have some issues where I think quite a bit. If I'm not thinking super hard and I'm really relaxed and I just have my brain turned off, I'm pretty much a normal person. But when it comes to me thinking about things, I start having developing pictures and stuff in my head, and emotions get tied in, and then even if it's not a big deal, emotion can get involved, and that's not the best thing. Um, I had some weird quirks growing up. As you can see, I still got like a back. It's not really like an issue, but like my back gets kind of tense and I do that. But the rotating my back, my shoulder blades, and my hand sometimes in even numbers, that was kind of something that it's not a big deal now. But when I was younger, I went through a germ phase. I think a lot of people have germ phases at some point. I'm not going to say that I'm a normal kid by any means. Uh, Doing things in even numbers was a problem, and I didn't like mixing food when I was younger. But these are all things like my parents and stuff, they knew about the mixing food thing. They didn't really ever know about any of like germophobia or uh, even numbers. So at least I don't think they did. I was still pretty young at that point. But I used to like separate food. Even numbers is basically insanity. If you've ever if you ever think about this, it's something that is almost impossible, and I'm not exactly sure well, I know why that I got over a lot of this stuff, but you gotta imagine this, okay? So here's a cap. This can be basically applied to almost anything. But doorknobs, terrible. So let's say this is a doorknob. Turn the doorknob, open the door, close the door, unturn doorknob, turn doorknob, open door, close the door. That is that is 2 times, which is even. But now you have one set of even. So turn, open, shut, turn, open, shut. Now you have two sets of even, but that is one pair, right? So now turn, open, shut, turn, open, shut, turn, open, shut, turn, open, shut. Now you've did this 4 times, and now you have 4 evens, but that's still one group of 4. So you can see how this gets out of line really quickly, and it is a never-ending thing where you can get looped up in this cycle that you can't possibly fix. It it takes some serious mental reprogramming in your head to get over this stuff. But what even takes this a step further is it's a doorknob. It rotates both directions. So you rotate it left to open the door. Well, now you've rotated it one direction on the doorknob, and that's uneven. So you got to rotate the other way to balance stuff, right? Um, but basically, how what got me through all of this stuff when I was younger was very, very severe depression. And I'm pretty sure it still follows me to this day. But essentially, at that point, when you're so depressed that you consider the value of your life and anything else completely meaningless, stuff like doing things in even numbers, what's the point, right? If I don't care that I exist, why do I care that I am turning things in even proportions, right? And that's essentially the trigger that helped me get through a whole lot of this stuff on my own. Um, so I didn't have doctors or therapists or anything. I pretty much got over it by myself, thinking that sort of way when I was younger. It's also a similar sort of thing that got me into working out when I was younger. Um, there's a whole, I still have the self sacrifice mentality. So the thing was, is like with religion up, like religious upbringing, you can't really end something yourself, but self sacrifice and sacrificing yourself for others was still on the table. So it ended up becoming a big thing where I could push myself to bigger limits because I didn't really care about the outcome for myself, but I would try to do things for other people, you know? And Also, when you don't really necessarily care about your own well-being, you don't really develop the traits of lying or anything. It was also a big thing in my house, that you do not lie. That was the biggest thing. Don't lie about anything, and generally you would be good. So I never really seen the point to lie. It's not that big of a deal. I'm seeing it more now that I'm older. Now I'm out of college and I've been socializing more and trying to do job interviews and stuff like that. I see why people do it. There's plenty of questions and tests and stuff during hiring processes that they're just not made to be answered truthfully. If you don't answer, like I still basically answer them truthfully, but if you don't, if you answer them truthfully, you're less likely to get hired into positions and stuff because essentially it's a yes or no answer and they want to hear the yes. They want to know that you're 100% on board with whatever they're doing. Um, there's these scales, I forget what they're called. I was like, what, Fibonacci or something else. Scales they use for like uh, questionnaires and things. Just a weighted scale, I think it's called. Yeah, but yeah, that's a big deal. So what I'm finding is that people who have good hearts, but they're still capable of lying and kind of skidding around the truth and trying not to hurt people's feelings generally do a lot better off than somebody that is good-hearted and completely honest. A lot of people will put up for it at the very beginning because they're like, "Oh, it's so refreshing, someone that tells the truth." But generally, over a couple of months, that will fade away very quickly. But I'm at the point now where I talk a bit too much, and I'm having a very difficult time making myself not talk anymore unless there's an authoritative figure over me. So if I go and I get hired onto a job and they connect me with the boss and that boss trains me, then when that person's around, generally I'm completely silent. I have no reason to talk because they're in charge. But it's also a double-edged sword because if you hire me for a job and you put me under a boss, I'm less able to freely think for myself. Because when I was in playing sports and things like that, that's basically how I got through most of high school and stuff, and even now with my family. You have a coach, you have plays, you practice, you do what they say, you run the plays the way that they want. Now, I'm freely capable of having my own thoughts and everything like that, but generally, if I'm in a position where someone is given authority over me, I pretty much do what they want. Um, Nowadays, since I talk more freely than I did before, when other workers talk to me, though, it seems to be I'm more open to discuss things that will end up getting you in trouble because they may complain about the job or something, and I just kind of, for me, it's I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be able to be completely honest about things. It's kind of a pet peeve with job interviews or scholarships or I don't fully remember what we were talking about anymore. I just read a thing, but uh, basically free speech. I mean, it's a important part of the country, but the ideals that the country is set upon and the ideas that religion brings and all of that stuff, while good, and while in the grand scheme of society would seem to be the most prevalent thing that we have, when it comes down to small scale and underneath the covers of everything, none of that really applies. It generally is a hindrance more than a help and a general purpose, especially the more educated you get. If you are a hard worker and very compliant and stuff like that, and you have those kind of traits, people let it go, compared to becoming very well educated and knowing exactly what people are doing, which can lead to problems. But this kind of comes to another point. So I'm starting to think about doing a completely down to earth basics of thought processes of what goes, because a lot of stuff that I think about in my head and the things that I'm deciding to do in life has to do with just history. Um, but it's kind of a base thing. I'm probably going to still play some sort of video games. What that is, it may vary. I might have a specific one. Um, Generally, I think that I'm going to have to try and do something similar to what I was doing at the end of high school. I wish I never would have went to college. My health and stuff would have been a whole lot better. I had a lot more injuries and concussions and stuff in college, which give me a lot of problems now compared to what I had before. Um, but back then, I basically, with my diet, it basically changed a whole lot during my whole workout period. When I was in very good shape, I was 320 pounds of pretty solidness, could run a 4.940. Um, so senior year graduating, bench press 450. Squat never went over five, but I could like rep out 425 quite a few times. Deadlift was like 850. So I really did like deadlift and push jerk a lot. But when I first started lifted, it was basically very basic. So into middle school, um, basically I got a bike for my birthday, I believe. And so I started riding the bike every day. I think before that, my parents ended up getting a treadmill in the house, and I wasn't allowed to play sports, and I wasn't really sure I wanted to play sports, but for some reason, um, I ran into my coach in the middle school principal's office at one point, and we were pretty similar sizes. And I guess he wanted me to play. And then the people that I went to school with, even though they bullied the hell out of me for years, started wanting me to play. So they started being nicer to me. And I ended up kind of going in that way. And my parents basically said, like, if I was, because they never let anyone play sports in our house. But they basically said if I was going to play sports, then I would have to go all in or nothing. Um, so I think they had the treadmill before that. Um, what ended up happening was during the days we used to watch TV and stuff, and that was back before you could fast forward and rewind the TVs, I believe. I think they just came out with recording TV shows. You'd have to record it before you could fast forward rewind. So you'd always have these like 10, 15-minute commercial breaks. So during that 10, 15-minute periods or whatever it was, 5, 15, uh, I would do crunches. Um, I think mainly purely core. I don't really think I did push-ups. Um, so what happened was when I was in middle school, I was still over 300 pounds, but back then it was really fat and I was a big boy. After I get that bicycle, when the sun came up, I would basically get on the bike and start riding. I would ride it up and down our road, collecting cans, coming back, tossing it inside of a well house behind our house, and go out and get more. And I would ride it for as much as I can. I completely cut sugars for what I thought were, all the sugars and stuff back then. Essentially, I cut out ice creams and stuff, and I cut out sweet tea, which we used to have all the time. I think most milk. I basically went to water. Had migraines for yeah, the big deal was soda. I used to drink like a 2-liter soda would last me like 3 seconds when I was younger. If we went and bought like a 44-ounce drink at like a restaurant, I would have it completely finished by the time we even paid for it. Um, so it's a big deal. And I'm still kind of water hungry and stuff like that now. I just don't drink as much water as I probably should. But essentially, in one summer, so basically, my birthday, if anyone didn't really know, is in August. So school would always, get out or start around those periods of time. Um, yeah, just April, May, August, June, July. So I mean, I don't remember exactly when summer break ended, but I think it started like in May or something, and then you went back to school in August. Um, so I got my bicycle at some period during August, probably. But that summer break, so I had a couple months, 2 or 3 months, getting up, riding the bicycle, and basically behind our house, there's like a really steep hills because we lived on the back roads. So you'd ride the bicycle up and down all day long, picking up the cans in my shirt, bring them back, dump them in the well house. Um, I had my first, I don't think it was that year. Anyway, um, and I would do that pretty much until it got dark. The only times I really stopped is I would come into the house when I get drinks and stuff. I come in, get drinks, water, whatever, go back out, go in. If I ate anything that first summer, I didn't really know about nutrition. My whole thought process mainly was do like our ancestors, and I was like, okay, so Vikings and stuff, they probably cut down trees or whatever they needed every day. I would assume that back in the day you were doing manual labor most days. And so I figured, there probably wasn't anything bad to doing an exercise every day. And I don't really think I had much, if any, issues with that anyway. But I think I'd been taking protein shakes for a little while because my dad had me take them. So it started out with like weight. Well, first off, there was like this nasty ass bulk surplus Sam's drink mix that he had that I would like to say that it said vanilla, but honestly, I don't know what flavor it was. And you wouldn't want it to touch your tongue, so you just kind of try and chug this stuff as fast as you could. And that's basically the start. Eventually, it got to whey protein, I think from Walmart, and inevitably, like sooner or later, it ended up being GNC sometimes during high school. But I think I was taking protein shakes like once or twice a day at the beginning, maybe. if I even had access to the protein shake. That first summer, I don't really remember taking protein shakes, but I probably did. It was probably that nasty Sam's Club stuff. Um, Other than that, I was eating bread. And now a lot of y'all might be thinking, bread's terrible. Bread is absolutely terrible for you or something. Maybe, I don't really know. Especially back then. Um, I would say probably bread isn't the best thing in the world for you now, but especially me, like I really worry about my blood sugar and stuff these days because my family has problems. But back then, it was probably one of the healthiest things that I knew of. My parents didn't have any knowledge about anything that I should be doing, workouts, food, exercise, anything like that. Um, so I think mainly it was a lot of bread. I pretty much don't remember eating anything but bread that summer. So basically, I'd eat plain bread, toasted bread, rolled up into a ball bread. I think peanut butter sandwiches might have been something that I still had. I used to microwave them. So you'd put peanut butter on bread and then microwave it for like 30 seconds and it becomes all runny in the middle. That was good. So probably probably had a decent amount. You got to think like back in those days too. I was a bottomless pit. So even before I was working out, I could eat endless amounts of food. Anytime when I say I had a peanut butter sandwich, you could probably expect me eating a whole loaf of bread, probably a whole bunch of peanut butter. Yeah, you're talking about a kid who, if you ate hamburgers, probably had a minimum of 8. Um, yeah. But anyway, I essentially cut everything, rode a bicycle all day until it got dark. If I came in, I was eating some bread or something, or eating some drinks. Bread is also, I mean, I don't know, probably fills me up a little bit, but I'm assuming all the exercise I was doing during the day probably needed the carbs, and that's probably how I got away with it because just we're talking about a mountain bike here that I probably kept in the top gear the whole time. Um, so yeah, I probably needed the carbs. Um, Other than that, I think eventually we ended up getting a Foreman grill, and I was probably I don't know if it was that summer or not, but I know in high school, chicken, hamburger patties, all that cooked on the Foreman grill to make it healthy. Um, and then like tuna sandwich. So a lot of meat and bread is what I'm saying. Uh, but that summer, my first summer was probably all bread and maybe a protein shake. I remember at the end of that summer, um, my family had made like shake and bake chicken breasts, and I had a record of 51 chicken breasts with a big pile of bones, and nobody believed me, even to this day, that that happened. Besides my family, and in college, they didn't believe me either. And then so the people at college dared me for 20 bucks to down a whole gallon of water without taking a breath. Uh, After a whole day of me hydrating anyway. So I'd basically been drinking on a gallon of water all day long, refilled it before we had a football meeting, and then they dared me for 20 bucks to drink a whole gallon of water. Um, and I did right at the beginning of the meeting, and it was the closest I've ever felt to actually dying, probably. Uh, Basically, what you will feel is you will drink the water and you will feel quite hydrated. Right, right. Um, And then all of a sudden you'll realize, your stomach's quite full. And then, you might find that you have kind of a hard time uh keeping the water from vomiting up your throat. Yeah. And then you'll start to notice that on the inside of your body, a lot of your organs start to hurt, so much so that you're not really sure that you could possibly bend without busting something open. And towards the end there, I mean, I had some pretty solid shakes. I was shaking pretty bad. There was a lot of pain involved with that gallon of water. I was probably close to death if I was to say so myself. And they gave me an IOU on a piece of paper. I never got that 20 bucks. But besides the point, by the end of that first summer, I think I went from 300 plus pounds, like 320 something, to 260, I believe. So probably about a 60-pound loss. I wasn't completely skin and bones, but I was back down to a pretty healthy body weight, I would say so myself. Ended up finding and starting to build my first gym at the house, with a shitty bench bar and stuff like that. Anytime I was in the house and watching TV at night, especially because that's when my family would watch TV, um, any commercial breaks, I would be doing core or push ups. If I was doing push ups, I believe I'm probably did some push ups. I also had a thing where the treadmill was by the TV, so I could be on the treadmill. And generally, I think my thing was, every night I would be on the treadmill because at the very beginning, I could not do crunches. I was too fat. I could not lift up my body. Uh, and even if I could, there was too much jelly for me to actually bend. And speaking of which, the military has gotten rid of crunches from their criterion because it apparently is not as healthy as doing planks. But anyway, uh, I remember a thing was that when it got dark outside, I would get on the treadmill and I would run on the treadmill until I hit 1,000 calories. So that's probably a big thing as well. Um, it'll take you a little while to do that, but I basically had pretty damn good cardio by the end of that summer. Uh, which, although I still wasn't conditioned as well as when I got into sports, because my coaches still kicked my ass when I get into sports with conditioning. I was probably in better shape than all those people. I wasn't conditioned good enough to actually keep up and run like 50 40s or something, but my recovery time was really good. So I was able to keep pace and actually be a starter my first year in football, which ended up tracking the whole thing to where I ended up getting scholarships to go play in college. Um, is mainly just because my recovery time was so damn good that when I got into athletics, even though I was getting my ass kicked, I would bounce back pretty quick. And I had a very high motor because of all that cardio that I was doing all the time beforehand. But essentially, yeah, it's basically 24/7 workout. I remember before I could do crunches, uh, the first thing that I did was when I was so basically after riding my bicycle all day and after getting 1,000 calories on the treadmill and after doing some sort of workout in commercial breaks, when I went to bed, I would use the pillow and the mattress to kind of bounce, and kind of get a good crunch in, like a half crunch. And that's where I started my crunch journey. So that's at the point where even now, when I'm out of shape, I haven't lifted. Essentially, I was in my best shape when I left high school, When I went to college, they changed up how they lifted. It wasn't about power anymore. They wanted strength. So they wanted slow and controlled movements. And since I was a powerhouse where I did weight really fast and exploded with it super quick, they thought that was reckless and that I needed to slow down. So they made me start going slow and controlled. When that happened, I could not do as many reps with the heavy weights that I was doing. So uh, I had to change my lifting styles and stuff. But what happened then was is that my maxes and everything dropped. Especially like my deadlift, which I liked the most. You weren't allowed to deadlift with reverse grips or anything. You had to do normal grips. And so I could not normal grip, power clean grip 800 pounds. I could barely do anything close to 300 pounds. And so all of my lifts, although technically correct and technically are supposed to be the better way to lift or whatever for the program, all my maxes dropped in college. I never got back up to where I was, even though I was lifting on my own and stuff as well at night. And since I've gotten home from college, I've lifted on and off, but I have not ever got back to a competitive lift after my high school, or not my high school, after my college concussion. So, like my second or third year, I got a severe concussion. And I used to do things like crazy drop sets. One of my big things when I was um, playing football and stuff was I liked to guarantee that I had this is how I can explain how crazy my recovery was back in the day. So when I did bench press for a day, basically I just went upper lower on my lifts every day. I just did back and forth all the time. Um but like bench press, I would go in there and basically I never really did anything crazy. I did bench press. Reps of 5 to reps to 5 to reps to 10. I remember I started off with reps to 10, but I think later on I only really did reps of 5. So I do 5 or lower, but I would just do that for 2 hours. So I would do 5, break, 5, break, 5, break. Um, and then basically at the end of my workouts, I would always do these big drop sets. After I figured out what drop sets were, um, but generally when I was lifting on my own, I started lifting at a local gym with all my other lineman guys, and I would do sets of 5, and you just do your sets of 5, do your sets of 5, do your sets of 5, and eventually one of them would come up with something, and we'd do it where it was like, "Hey, let's do a power pyramid. I saw it on a video." And then I was be doing uh like 10 8 5 4, or like 10 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 1 2 3 4 5 6, all the, or it's like it was up to 10 or up to like 25 or something, where you go down and up and they would kind of take the weights off, put it on. And eventually it just became like a thing where at the end of my workouts, I would always do something that was high rep, high volume. And when bench press, it'd be like 225 bench press, and I would bench press it rapid fire, 25 rip off, 24 rip off, 23 rip off, and I would just drop down to one. And then instead of going back up to 25, I would just put the weight back on and do another drop set, 25, 24, 23, 22. And that's what I would do. And I would do two or three of those at the end of my workouts. And so like leg press, uh, we didn't have it when I was in high school, but when I went to college, there was a leg press machine. And that's basically what I was doing was I would go and I would do my sets of 5 on squat, sets of 5 squat, sets of 5 squat, sets of 5 squat. And then at the very end, a rapid fire um leg press, like 600 pounds or something. And just, it was a leg press that had an adjustable weight selector on it, and so you basically just go on there, hit it, drop down. I'd drop down 10 pounds intervals until I got to the bottom, and I'd do 2 or 3 rotations of that. And that was basically like that was my style for all that. After I got my concussion, though, um, essentially, like when I was in college, I would never walk anywhere because in high school, we had such a great team and great coaches. We were kind of a crazy thing, and I took a lot of pride in being a part of that team and never walk on the field, never doing any of that stuff. So I got to the point where like I had so much extra energy and I was so like I had such a high motor, it was insane. I was running people over in college that were they had 2 people that were 400 something pounds and I could run through them. I could just outperform them with just sheer engine power. Even though one of the dudes was actually a power lifter um in the same like division and stuff as me in high school, and I never knew his name. He always seemed scary as shit. He always had headphones in. Never heard him talk. 4 years of powerlifting. He was always in like first or second place. He was massive, could lift a shit ton. He was at the college that I went to, him and another big dude, and I destroyed both of them in football. I pushed both of them back 10, 15 yards when I swapped to defense. So just I might have not have had the slow and controlled strength, but I had a lot of power, endurance. I was running shit over. Um, However, with that, I did lack control. I can admit that my core, I'm not very good when it comes to sports and stuff about tensing up my core and making myself stiff. I'm a very lock on, I drive shit. They can try to swing me around, but I'm still going to be driving forward. And that's just how it is. I mean, I never really worried much about locking up my core. Uh, but yeah, after I got that concussion, what I noticed was so the doctors and stuff kept telling me to stop running and stop moving around fast. And I kind of did, but I kind of didn't. And eventually it seemed fine. But then after I was supposedly healed, I couldn't never make myself stay awake. I would slowly just fall asleep constantly. It was a constant fight everywhere I went, every class, every football meeting. I would start phasing, and even now, um, when I'm working on something on the computer or anything like that, if I'm not actively talking or trying to stay physically involved, and where I'm using a whole lot of mental thinking, um, I will become really sluggish and tired, and I can feel the kind of pain in my head. But when it comes to drop sets and things, I couldn't do them anymore. When I first came back, I haven't tried them in years. I'm out of shape right now, so I definitely probably don't want to try it right now. But I remember the first couple times that I tried. I tried like a couple months after I got the doctor's release, and then I tried a little bit later after I'd went through some hell weeks and stuff in football because I still decided to play. I just wasn't as high of a motor as I used to be because I had like basically it felt like I was half asleep 90% of the time. So even though I could perform and do well, just the same as all the other athletes that were there, I just wasn't as crisp as I was before. I still practiced, to where I tried to do everything 100% perfect and try when I was running and stuff, but I got a whole lot more sluggish by the time. But basically, anytime I tried to do one of those drop sets, um, I would basically black out. So I would put it on there, try to do drop set. I might get through 10, 12 reps, and I would just be blacking out. And so it wasn't safe for me to keep doing it. And I never really got back to where I tried it more because it just made me feel bad, to be honest. Um, but I lifted off and on when I came back home. Uh, there was a lot of stuff that I never did before that I could do after I came to college. Namely, one is a trillion up downs. I'll tell you, if my lifting ability, right, my maxes and stuff dropped, okay, and with the concussion, my lifting ability and weights might have dropped, but I will tell you my mental limitations from college way up there. Because here's the thing, you had to do everything perfect. These slow and controlled movements, perfect. In a group of like 50, 60 people or whatever, they divided the team up, however many people it was. There's a lot of us. And if one person fucked up, you were all doing it over again. And this happened every single day, every day for what, 5 years or whatever in college. So there was times I remember doing lunges. We went to do a warm up for like early morning lifts, for like freshmen basically, and they were doing lunges, and they either told us to put our knee to the ground or not to put it to the ground. Somebody was doing the opposite, and then we ended up doing 4 hours of lunges on the field. 4 hours. Um, it got so bad that I was basically my knees and stuff. Like I had to basically try and duck walk my calf under my leg to try and get like a split second of rest because your legs were so dead that you could not hardly walk. But what I figured out through all these processes is because even if you got to the point where you were doing good, we'd always have Hell Week, um, which was actually 2 weeks. I mean, it was, oh god, I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure it was 2 weeks. It was 1 week or 2 weeks. But basically, you never really knew what you were going to be doing. And I remember the first Hell Week that we ever did, you'd always have to get up at like 4 a.m. It's like 3 or 4 a.m. you would get up. And in the area that we were at, because Hell Week started like in winter, it was cold and it snowed sometimes. And yeah, so it was always frosty and stuff in the morning. And the first thing I remember, we went and we did like 150 up downs, right? And then we ran like a mile or two to a different field. And then we did like 250 up downs. And then we ran like a mile or two back to the other field. And then we did a bunch of uh like wheelbarrow and bear crawls and stuff. And then we did like another, I don't know, like 200 plus up downs. And then they pulled out a thing that they would do for punishments. It wasn't just punishments. Sometimes they would just randomly pull the shit out. Other times it would be like the lunging thing where like somebody would mess up. They would pull out a card deck and it was called Deck of Death. Okay. But what I didn't know and what everyone else didn't know and even the coaches didn't know is they were fucking this up the first year or so that they were doing this. So you'd have a deck of cards, you have four suits or whatever in the deck, and basically uh what you're supposed to do is you'd pull out the card and then you keep pulling it until a different suit shows up. you'd add up the numbers for how many cards for that suit you would have, and each suit would be a different workout. So like up downs. But basically they would do some bullshit on some of their stuff where it'd be like one would be up downs, one would be clap, push up, burpees, and then one would be clap, push ups. So you'd have like four different things of clap, push ups, but you'd also have like two things of like up downs because burpee and up down basically the same shit. So uh yeah, and then they might have like one thing in there that's like scissor kicks or something. Like they just pull out. But basically, you're supposed to just take those numbers and that's how many you're supposed to do. The first couple of years, the 1 or 2 years, like the first couple of years I was there, because basically the first coach that I had got cancer and ended up getting replaced. So basically, I went to this college because I had this thing with 67. It was the number that they gave me in high school. It was a number I kept seeing all the time. I thought it was a sign. So that's one thing. And happened to be when I met these college people, uh, 67 was on a dumpster outside. But two is that they were a smaller school that had moved up a division in college. Okay. So all the D1 colleges and stuff that were talking to me, they were like, hey, look at our field. It's brand new and it's all turf and these are our uniforms and stuff. I don't really get sold by fluff. I think it's just bullshit. I don't care what I look like. I don't care what I wear when I play. I'm there to play fucking sport. You can put me in a fucking bikini. I'm gonna crush some people. That's fucking it. All right. But college has a bunch of rules, so you can't do that because you get in trouble because you make people feel bad. And yeah, I mean, I'm not some asshole when I play on football. Like I crush you and I pick you up. I don't get emotionally involved unless you physically hurt me. Like if you hurt my arm or something, I would always go into a berserk mode and people be like, "Oh shit." And that was probably the only time I'd really fuck you up. But like after one or two plays, I'm back to like good game, all right? But essentially, I wanted to help them out and they kind of reminded me of my high school team, so and then the sign on top of that, so I ended up trying to go there. Uh the original coach got cancer, ended up getting removed. Then the line coach that was over us ended up becoming head coach for like a year. Like the rest of that year. So it was like the first year I was there, he ended up replacing him for the rest of the year. That guy was like ex-military, but he had something wrong because uh he made us stalk people. So if you had a game, um you would have to research every player on the enemy team. So any every week or whatever where you're playing against another team, you have to on top of all of your college work, on top of all the plays and shit that you got to know, you have to actually go research every player on the other team, okay? Find out their family names, find out their girlfriends' names, find out where they live and all that shit and make a PowerPoint presentation over everything, and then you'd have to present that in front of everyone every week. Different people. You would have to make these. So you were professional stalkers for no reason. There's no real tactical advantage to any of that bullshit in my mind when you're playing a game. His mind makes you think that it's going to give you some sort of weakness that you can give against them or mention their recent breakup and affect their gameplay. Okay. I think it's just a bunch of bullshit, to be honest. I don't think it really served much of anything. Basically, probably drove us all insane, is most likely what happened. Definitely doesn't help us know what we're supposed to be doing before the game. But anyway, uh, but when the new coaches and stuff came in, they started implementing all this extra stuff, and they kept the same strength coach. But Deck of Death was still around. What happened was Deck of Death is they were taking the numbers, like the three suits, um, like basically if you had, say you had like an ace and two fives, or or whatever the fuck, like a five and a three, you'd have 19 there, right? So because basically the ace would be 11, and then you'd have the 8, so you'd have 19. That's supposed to be how many you do of clap push-ups, right? But the first couple of years, what they were doing was that 19 would be multiplied by 3. So you can already see where this is going. So 19 was times 3, so it's 7, 2, uh, was that 57? Something like that. So now you have 57 clap push-up burpees. But then there's 4 jokers in the deck. And when you pull the joker, they would multiply every, like, the next 3 cards or whatever after that would be multiplied by 3. So a deck of death, what's supposed to happen, which they changed later, towards the end, was it's supposed to be normal until you pull the joker, and then the next 3 pulls after that are times 3. But what they were doing basically was you pull the 19, now you got to do 57. And then you would pull like a joker, and then you'd pull the 19. So then you'd be doing 57 times 3. So you're doing 160, 170 clap push-up burpees. But then that joker is applying to the next 3 sets of cards that you're doing. So you just did like 170 clap push-up burpees. Now you pull a 20 or something. You're going to have 60, and then 60 times 3. So you're going to have another 180 or whatever the hell clap push-up burpees or whatever other exercise you're doing, up downs. So you can see every time they pulled cards, you would get to the point where every single time that they gave you another exercise, you would have to do like 200 plus clap push-up burpees or whatever, right? And you're talking about year 1 students and everyone being in the same group. That isn't the end of it either. So if you fuck up and you're not doing your clap push-up burpees, or you're not, doing something right, you're not jumping high enough off the ground, you all restart. The whole deck, you restart the whole deck. Now, also on top of that is they don't stop pulling cards. So you may have 200 and something clap push-up burpees to do, but they're going to pull out the next set of cards, and they're going to tell you if it's a heart or a spade or something else, right? And you're going to have to know what exercise that is, and you're going to have to remember it and do every rep of every exercise in order, while they continue to keep pulling out 200, 300 reps of push-up burpees. And then they have coaches walking around watching you. So if you're not getting up fast enough, if you're not doing the form right, if you are not, doing them in order or how they are told, everyone starts over from the beginning. So what happened is, what I think basically is happening, what happened and why I don't think I should have went to college, at least that college, um, is I think it's a mental thing. Okay, so everyone talks about mental toughness, right? Well, I think there's a big difference when it comes to mental toughness when you're doing something like that. I have the mental toughness to know that if my fat ass went out there right now and someone told me to do 200 burpees, I know without a doubt in my mind I can get 200 burpees done. I'm going to feel like shit. I'm probably going to suck on quite a few of them, but I know that I can continuously keep moving until 200 push-up burpees or whatever's over. Doesn't matter what fitness level I am at. I know that I can go out there, and if I have to, I can keep moving until it's over. So, but the difference I would say between that college doing that to us and my high school making a championship level team in 4 years is that in high school, you are giving obstacles like this, but you don't have the closest thing I can really replicate to the deck of death in high school was shoots. And our shoots were always so here's the shoots of like other people's teams that you could walk right underneath them. Our shoots were down here. So for other teams, and even in college, their shoots are so high that you just chop your feet and you slowly move under the bar. No big deal. Our shoots in high school were so low, you'd have to go into a stance. Basically, your stance when you were down as low as you could possibly go, ass to grass almost. Basically, it wouldn't be ass to grass, but basically, you would be in a balanced stance with loaded legs, and it would push you down far enough to where your body would be just enough to go underneath this chute. And when you go through, you would fire off. You would have to stay pretty much the same level as your low stance while running underneath the chute. This makes it to where your legs are basically, well, I guess it's with the camera, it's going the opposite direction, but your legs are basically bent at like a 90-degree angle. Your back is arced up like that. And so you're going up underneath these chutes, running with your little legs wide enough to where you can run. And so you're basically like running with your hips almost. And then you hit the bag and behind it and you run the bag off of a long ass board. So you probably have, 4 or 5 feet of chute with a board in the middle of it. And then your teammates would be like laying on the bags because once you get done with this drill, you'd be fucking dead. And there's no way that you're going to be standing. So you're basically dead weight laying on top of the dummy and you'd push them off of the board. So every time that you do this, you come back, there'd be like 10 or 12 reps because we had 10 or 12 stances that we ran. So like play stances. And you'd come back and you'd lock fingers and he would have you do, 10 up downs or whatever between each set, right? But if you didn't get off the ground fast enough, you would continuously do up downs. And then when you set down and uh you got down and he would give you the play and the count or whatever, you would sit down and then if you jumped, so false start or whatever, um everyone would have to go and do more up downs, then get another count and another play, and then you'd have to try it again. uh you'd have to fire off all in unison. So he wanted a savage wave because we're the savages. He wanted us to push all in unison. So you would push all the dummies off of the boards at the same time, same pace. If you started falling behind, um, you would have to start over the rep probably as well, or do more up downs the next time. But the difference between that and the deck of death is with deck of death, without a doubt in your mind that there's no way that you're going to get through that perfectly because there's too many new people. There's too many people that are out of shape. There's no way that they're going to have the mental ability or possibly the physical ability to do like a million clap push-up burpees perfectly. So you knew anytime that something like that happened, or you had specific drills like that happen in college, that you were going to be there for 4 to 6 hours doing that stuff, which means there's no reason to push your limits during the drills. The only way that you were going to get through it really was to push yourself and do the drills, and you would get to a point where you would start to die, right? And it would really suck. and then you would either stay there or eventually you would get a second breath of wind and it would become super easy to do more, and then you would keep going. But you're probably going to restart a number of times, and you knew you were going to be there 4 to 6 hours. So it didn't really matter if you got the second breath of wind or not. You know that you're just going to be there for 4 to 6 hours. There's no benefit to pushing yourself to those extremes. Where back to the high school example, you know that there's going to be 10 to 12 reps of this station. You know that you're going to be doing 8 to 20 something up downs in between each of those. So you could be doing 200, 300 or something up downs in between the sets. It doesn't matter. You're not doing complete up downs the whole time. Your rest period is when you're chopping your feet and you're getting into your stance. You know that you're going to fire off with your teammates who are going to give it just as much effort as you. And as long as you don't lift your head up and get self knocked out by the shoots, because if you lifted your head up at all, you were getting knocked out, you'd be fine. And the people behind the shoot bags know what you're going through because they just went through it. So they're tired as hell and they want to help you through it. So y'all too, even though it's a 5, 6 man drill, the whole A and B team or first string starters and second string starters are on the same page and the same shit. What they want to help each other, and it bonds them more as a team. And they know if they put out effort in those drills, that they will be rewarded by not having to do as much shit. Now, here's the other thing that's a big deal with high school was you would do those shoots like when we first started doing shoot. This is just an example. There's a number of drills like this. Basically, every station pretty much had a drill that was like this. Okay, but the shoots are the example. When they first started implementing shoots, it was shoots every day, and the shoots were the one drill. Even though they had other drills that had you, hit hard and do all this stuff, and you get benefits for doing it right. The shoots were the one drill of the day, generally that we did right at the beginning of the day, that would completely destroy you, that you would puke your guts out. Okay, like I never puked on the field in high school. Um, but shoots when we were doing them every day at the very beginning and stuff, damn near close. Like there was a lot of times that it was right there. So, but what happens is like once you start going, so you're doing them every day, and then technically when I was first in high school, I was a starter, but I was playing junior high and high school football at the same time. So I had to go to junior high practice in the morning and high school practice in the afternoon, and they did shoots both times. But essentially, you were fucking destroyed. But after a while, because our football team got better year by year, it became instead of doing them every day, we would do them every other day or twice a week. Was like the end thing. You would do it like twice a week. And I think my senior year, it got to where we're doing them like once a week. Um, that being said, instead of doing shoots, when your form and you started messing up, when we got to senior year and stuff, it was a full on blown sled push called the relentless drill. So eventually, like by the time we got to playoffs, sort of like mid playoffs or something, our stances and form would start slacking a little bit, and we would start lifting up a little bit higher in our stances and things when we played. And it became a big thing that it would always take it. It would only ever take one relentless drill to fix it, and that's because the relentless drill was purely like a gut check of your whole starting squad, or like your first string or second string, you're on the fucking sleds and you're pushing them as fast and hard as you possibly can. And when he blows his whistle, you're pushing him, pushing him, pushing him, whistle, and then you like drop down and you push with your shoulder. So like you push with your hands in proper form, and then you'd push with your shoulder like your hands came off or whatever it was, and then you would like drop down and on like the ground, and you'd be pushing them on the ground, just like crawling. And then you have to like flip over on your back and push it, push it, push it. It was just a thing to keep your feet pushing and to get you to start lowering your stance more. And so it's like a corrective thing. So you're not actively getting punished for putting in effort. The effort is what gets you out of the situation. So uh, to just kind of sum it up, it basically just means that you're conditioning your players to think about effort in different ways. If they know that high intensity, high effort, and focus is going to make the work easier, they're going to do it more often, right? Once you let it be known that no matter what they do, no matter how focused, how much effort or anything else that they do, there's no benefit to it, and that's going to take them 6 hours, they just don't care anymore. And I really started to notice that in the team when they started doing that stuff. What they were trying to do was cut the fluff. They were trying to get people to quit, but nobody was quitting. Nobody wanted to quit. Like there's no reason to quit. Like you're gonna give up your scholarship, you're gonna give up your college degree. You have no option but to be there. So you're gonna be there for 6 to 8 hours or however long it is, and you just suck it up. And it ended up showing in the football games because their people didn't care about the football game. For them, the game was just something that you went through to survive and go to school, and they're more worried about the parties and stuff afterwards. But that's a big difference there. Um, but essentially, yeah, I'm thinking about. I don't know if I'll write it down in a book or what, but I'm thinking about giving some like life lessons and stuff on the channel instead of, well, I mean, I guess I'll do both at the same time. I think maybe what I'll do is that the Instagram I'm still gonna save and it's still gonna be private or whatever, and I'm gonna put my daily day-to-day experiences there for my family to future use. But I think maybe some of the lessons that I learn, I might try and compose some sort of video on here and then post it to um the different the different channels and stuff. Like as you see, like we got the Dragon Lord Marlax Twitch, right? And then I have the old YouTube Dragon Lord Marlax YouTube thing, which was like the original thing that I was recording on back in the day, like when I was in high school playing Guild Wars, and I think at the start of League of Legends towards the end. Essentially, what my program, like what I was doing back then was uh, during the week, because I played a lot of video games back then, but what happened was is you'd wake up, I would maybe play like one or two games of League or something in the morning, and they take anywhere between like 20 and 45 minutes. And then I would go to school, go through school, get to athletics. You would lift, do your practice, and then I would come home, get there like 4 or 5 p.m., and I would eat a snack, I believe, um, peanut butter sandwiches or uh, tuna or burger or whatever. And then when I say burger, back then it was basically just a patty with ketchup. I'd dip hamburger patties in ketchup. But usually take like a nap. So I'd nap for like an hour or something. So you wake up like at 6 or 7. Then I would do 1 to 2 videos of P90X, I believe. So I would do I think those are like 45 minutes of things. So you get like an hour, hour and a half of P90X um after the nap. So say you're like up at 7, it would be about 8:30 or 9 or whatever when you got that done. And then I think at that point, when I was lifting at my own gym at the house, I would just go down there and lift back in the day. But it got to where I was more interested in lifting at a public gym with all my other linemen and stuff. So after that, I would go to the gym. So I'd have to drive from my house in the country all the way to the backside of the town that my school was in to go to a gym called The Rock. And generally, I would get there like 10, lift for 2 hours. Um, that might not be right. I think that's wrong. I think I got home. I might have got. I might have got home around 5 or 6. Took a nap. Got up. I think I was at the gym by 8, and then I would lift from 8 to 10. It's kind of fuzzy. I don't know what time I was leaving. Okay, so basically, I'm gonna say probably 8 to 10. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. But even if it is like 10 to 12, I would lift my own workouts and stuff for 2 hours, and then um my buds would show up basically sort of in that time frame. And after I was done with my stuff, I would kind of join in on their stuff and do extra workouts and shit with them. So I would get done with my upper body workout for, my sets of 5, sets of 5, sets of 5, and then my burnout. And then when I was done with that, generally they would be there and they'd be doing some crazy shit like um dumbbell push-up row circuit or something, and I would just hop in for fun. And or they would be like doing, power pyramid bench press, and I would just join in and do that. And basically, I would be there for another hour or two. Um, so that's why I'm kind of thinking I was there at 8 instead of 10, because I know I would lift for my 2 hours and then I would lift again, and I'm pretty sure I left the gym about 12. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. School would start like I think 8 o'clock. So I think I would leave at 12, go back home, I take another protein shake or whatever. I was taking like 4 or 5 protein shakes a day, but I would take like another protein shake. Then I would play like 1 or 2 games of league. So, you have an hour, hour and a half. So I go to bed like at 2 and then wake up at like 7 or whatever. So I'd be sleeping like 5, 6 hours and kind of do it all over again. You wake up, play a couple games, go to school, lift, athletics, snack and nap. I think so. Basically, it was when you wake up, you take a protein shake, go to school. Uh, during lunch, I don't think I was taking a protein shake at lunch. No, I think I was taking a protein shake before practice. If I was taking a protein shake in the morning, it was probably um during a class. But basically what happened is during lunch, instead of driving places or eating in the calf like I was, eventually got to the point where everyone would drive their cars to a gas station. So basically, like where the school was, you go out the front, turn right, go down the road to a stoplight, turn left, drive up, and you'd be at the thing. There was so much traffic and stuff when you did that. Um, it took you a minute to get over there. So instead of driving, I started running to the gas station. So I would basically just run from the front of the school towards the middle school, like on a flat level, and then I would just run downhill directly to the gas station. And everyone thought I was super fucking fast because I mean I was pretty fast, but the thing was it was downhill slope on the way there. So I could beat every car that left the school going to the gas station just by running. And then I could jog or run back or whatever. And I mean, even then, it would only take like 2 minutes or something to get, so plenty of time. But essentially, yeah. So I'd run over there, get a burrito or a pizza pocket or something, something out of the thing, probably like Crispito or something. Um, then I think like the class period, like before athletics or after lunch or whatever, I would end up taking a protein shake out of a plastic baggie. And then sometimes I think before practice, like before I drove to the field house, sometimes I would get a Rice Krispie treat if I felt like, I was kind of a cheat day, you know. So I didn't really eat a lot of sugars or anything, but I still every now and then I would get a Rice Krispie treat or a payday bar out of a vending machine. Um, I don't know. That was just kind of a thing. But then you go down, you lift and stuff, then you go out and do practice. So you lift for like 45 minutes. Uh, then you do practice. So let's see, athletics is from like it was like from 3:05, or actually no, it was like 2:05 to like 3:05 or something would be the last hour of school, I believe. So you'd have like an hour of athletics, which is about 45 minutes of lifting or whatever, and then the last 10-15 minutes you would do video or whatever for your sport, and then after that you would have the hour or whatever of practice outside, which you ended with. I mean, you'd basically go out there, do your drills, do your plays and stuff, kind of eat shit, and then at the end you do some sort of running conditioning. Um, so you basically have 2 hours of intense activity, which is kind of kind of thinking back on it, I guess it kind of mimics my lifting style in a way because you'd be lifting heavy or whatever in the gym, and then you'd be doing a sport outside, which kind of is high repetition, sort of thinking about it. But anyway, so basically 2 hours or so of that. Then you'd go home, take another protein shake, eat a snack like peanut butter sandwiches or whatever, take a nap for an hour or two, wake up, do an hour and a half of P90X, and then go to the gym, lift for 2 hours, then lift for another hour or so with your buds, and then go play game. Well, you take another protein shake. So that's one, two, three, four protein shakes every day. Yeah, that was four protein shakes every day and around about 2 meals or so. and you'd have a total of two, three, four, five, what, about 6 hours of lifting and cardio and stuff. So all in all, I mean, 6 hours or so. When I came back from college, though, I used to lift at the gym for about 2 hours, uh, but I never really got the results I did in high school. And then eventually, I kept seeing things where like people were like, "Oh, you can make gains lifting 45 minutes. You know, no 45 minutes for a muscle group." And I was doing that, and I felt it. I felt it pretty like during the moment. I'd be like, "Oh man, my muscles are kind of torn up. I can't even like do a push up." They give me like 10 minutes, and I was perfectly fine again. Like I could do some more reps. And that's my whole thing is like it's all about muscular damage, and I felt like my muscles were just too used to doing long duration, high tempo shit that I wasn't getting that benefit because I would be sore and then I would stop lifting and it would be almost gone in like 10 minutes. And that just didn't seem right. And I never really saw like a whole lot of like super big gangs doing that. But now, like after I haven't lifted in such a long time, if I go and I start lifting, I can go and kill it in 45 minutes and then quit, and I'll be sore for a little bit afterwards. The next day I might be kind of sore. So that's just a big difference in conditioning, I think. Um, but also on top of that though was summer pride and stuff in high school. When I first became like a lifeguard, you were doing the summer pride, like even when I was at Turner Falls, you were doing outside labor and stuff all day, and then you would go to practice and get shit stomped and be out in the sun and just dying, and then you'd have to do conditioning at the end, like 50/40s. So that was rough. But when I was a lifeguard, you'd be at work, but like you would be on these rotations. So every like 30 minutes or whatever, you could jump in the water. And so you basically had like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours of being able to swim and stuff in the pool and get a bunch of like physical activity and cardio. And then me and another guy who Curtis who worked there, at the end of the day, like we'd always have like races like swimming underwater or sprinting and the shower ends and stuff. And that's what really got me lean. That was the one summer I felt super in shape, was because I was running and stuff through that all the time. And then by the time I was actually like doing 40 sprints at the end of the day, it didn't feel like such a big deal, even though like chlorine was like killing me. But my muscles were so toned from doing all that stuff, like they were visibly showing, and I could actually feel like my muscles pulse and stuff when I ran. And that was the one time that I felt like a fucking monster, like a superstar, because I could run and physically just feel my muscles pulse. And then like there's a bunch of weird stuff that I would do. So like something I did from like middle school all the way up. I mean, I didn't do it all the time, but when you talk about footwork and people are doing speed ladders, I was pretty good and fast with speed ladders, but it was sprinting, okay? So like running max speed like a 40, I could run max speed on a 40 without the use of my arms. So I could completely run max speed and have complete control of the top of my body without needing it to sprint. Even though people say when you run with your arms, you can run faster, I think it's marginal. Okay. The second thing was is that instead of making full strides all the time, I could do quick feet. where my feet would literally be like right next to each other. I could move them so fast that I could basically almost go full sprint speed with just moving them like this. It was super tiring. It was probably 1 to 2 of those, I would be fucking dead. But that's something that I could do that I think really helped me when I was doing lineman stuff. Because this quick feet when you do things just probably seems very helpful. But yeah, I think I want to break down life to its very basics and then kind of record it on here. Just in general to kind of get a layout to, I don't know, kind of my game plan of life, I think. Um, what I've kind of noticed, like, so kind of off of here is there's this thing with like investing in the stock market and 401ks and stuff where all these super rich people are saying it's not worth it because you can invest in yourself and do all these other things with that money. But what I'm realizing is, I mean, they're true to a certain extent, but if you if you're really not that picky of a person, you can actually do that and be perfectly fine. They say basically because when you put money into the stock market and the 401k or whatever, and it increases at such and such percentage, they're saying it takes about 20 years to double your money. And if you put like 50 grand in there, then at 20 years, you're going to have like 150 grand. And over the period of, a whole lifetime, that's worth it. But when I really think about it, it's just they're saying that basically like after taxes and stuff, you're gonna have to try and live off that for retirement, and it probably won't be enough, but for a couple of years. But they're probably living in high expended, like high cost living areas. I'm saying like if you live a basic lifestyle where you don't really need I'm gonna say like if you don't really consume a lot, if you don't go out and eat all the time, if you don't go out and party all the time or drink a ton of beer or buy a bunch of car parts or anything, and you just live kind of a basic lifestyle like the old days, I think that you could live off that fine. For an example, I saved up and bought this house that wasn't perfect. It still needs repairs. It didn't have access to water. Part of it was missing. I'm gonna have to rebuild, but no house payment. My college loan money, basically, I had college debt when I left because I ended up losing my scholarship the last couple of years that I was playing. After my concussion, they took it away. But the money that I had for the college loan to pay it off and be debt free, I ended up buying a house with. So I'm still gonna have to pay the college debt, but um, not having a house payment, then we're talking about bills. You're talking about $100 or less for electric, gas, and water a month. So $300 or whatever a month right there. And then other than that, like I have a vehicle and stuff that I would have to pay for, but my food and all of that, I'm perfectly fine. I ended up developing, um, basically, I started eating stir fry back in the day, during college because you could buy chicken and rice and sauces and stuff and rotate them per week and only spend like 30, $40 a week on food. Whereas like before I was spending a couple $100 a week on food. It was impossible to feed myself. But being able to do that and you'd spend like $30 a week on food, you would slowly acquire like pasta sauce and pasta noodles or whatever, and you could kind of eat whatever you wanted, but you just kind of have to plan for it a little bit ahead of time. And something like that. So that basically means like, so say 30, $40, you have 4 weeks, so you're doing that per week. You do $40, you're going to be doing like 160. So total bills, 460 bucks. Okay. You could make 460 bucks at a minimum wage job in a couple of days. You wouldn't even have to work full time. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you could do like a part-time job, a couple days a week, and you could pay those bills. So I think if you had a bunch of savings and you had a 401k and all of that stuff, and you don't spend a shit ton of money and you live a humble little lifestyle like my grandparents did, you could pay to live and be fine. The medical bills and stuff would be basically your main concern, and that's just going to come down to your health, which is where gardening and stuff comes in, I would assume. Now, when it comes to gardening, for me personally, I haven't got to this yet, but I'm kind of thinking about it. It's just like walking onions, uh, lettuce. There's something called like Egyptian cabbage or something. Then you got like pinto beans for my area and potatoes. Now, this is what I'm basically getting to is that my diet has pretty much evolved from just stir fry stuff because basically I'm a little split on white rice because I mean it has a pretty massive spike to insulin, and although they fortified it with vitamins, it doesn't really naturally have a bunch without the other stuff, and I'm kind of split on it. But essentially, what it comes down to is I started thinking about like when I was growing up and I was at my grandma's house, I was never tired of her food. Her food was the best food on the planet, and she ate oatmeal a lot in the morning. So you have oatmeal, eggs, beans, potato. I think that was pretty much just a whole meal. You normally have like beans and cornbread and a potato, and then sometimes you would have like a fancier dinner. I don't think she really ate out. I know she cooked a lot. I know her food was the best. Uh, she had like special foods that she would only make for certain holidays. So all of that was just like a really good thing. So you start thinking about this. So we know that we can get rice. So we can get rice, chicken, veggies, and sauce or whatever for stir fry, rotating cost. So a bag of rice can last over a month. Chicken can last a week or two. The sauces can last a couple weeks. So it really wasn't that expensive. And but you're basically seeing that you could buy that and live off of it. Every time you go to the grocery store, you're going to be getting a tiny bit of surplus if you do it right. Where you could eventually get more and more sauce, more and more rice, more chicken, and more veggies, just slowly accruing them, like buying them over a couple of weeks. Um, but I started thinking about this a little bit more, just to get a little bit more variety, because my family has a bunch of problems with diabetes, and I kind of had some symptoms where I was, having problems before, and I did fasting, okay, and I've and all of that. So I started kind of getting back into intermediate fasting again. I've actually went on full fast for more than 3 months before, and not really changed much at all. Uh, but when it really comes down to it, it's just the eating this multiple times a day with just the massive spike of rice, and the fact that when I eat something like this, I eat a ton. A big pan, I can eat huge amounts. I can eat like half of my body size in food in one setting, and it not even like not even feel it. Okay, but I'm at the point where like I'm so disciplined now that I can barely even feel hunger. So I'm basically just dumping stuff in my body, just to because I know I need the nutrients. I don't necessarily feel it. Um, when I feel hunger now, it's more or less like I know my body's starting to try and burn fat. That's basically how I'm looking at it. So like right now, I'm not really hungry. Uh, but talking about it a little bit, like I got like a tiny little burning sensation, but it's not a big deal. But basically, I started thinking about this, and I was like, my grandma, she didn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom. She had like 12 kids. My grandpa was military, and I'm sure she got some of his benefits, but I'm sure it wasn't that crazy. She lived at a house. She liked to go gamble a little bit. Um, nothing super crazy out of the ordinary. She didn't go and spend anything super drastic. But that's a good life. It's a good, solid little life. You don't need a ton of stuff to live a good life. Everyone's so built up on like needing stuff and cars and all of that. It's fine if you want to do that, but I just think, you start with a basic like game plan, and if you want to go for that, go for that. But it got to me thinking though, is like, what did my grandma live through? All right. My grandparents lived through the Depression. They lived through the world wars. Like my grandpa had to have went into those wars. So my grandma was alone at the house at some point. And then so I really get to thinking about this. Like I know they had a small garden behind their house. I know they had a small chicken coop behind their house. Um they had a small little yard that they probably never used for anything. But they ate beans, cornbread, potato, oatmeal, some special meals that were like rare occasions or family dinners or whatever, and pecans. And my grandma liked making sweets like cookies and pies and stuff. So that's a very basic diet. Oops, pecans. And they had the veggies in their garden. So for them, it's like okra, onions, probably lettuce or something. I don't know what all they grew. I never ate their veggies, okay? I'm just assuming because of some things that my dad has told me of what they grew when he was younger. But you're talking about a people, they went through the Depression, they went through the World Wars, they had like 12 kids. Okay, so that's a lot of mouths to feed, even for a family these days or back in those days. I mean, a lot of people had a lot of kids, but you know, and then when you start to look at this, it's more or less like, okay, you had the garden, so you probably had tomatoes and onions and stuff like that. Those are just things that you kind of toss in to cook. All right, and they probably had some potatoes or something out there, which they could store. I know my grandma, she had billions of pecans. Like, she just had like she had a pecan tree in her front yard, so she would just kind of pick them up or have us pick them up when we were younger, and she would crack them and peel them and put them in buckets, and then she would set them in her cellar or whatever, and she would basically use that to cook pecan pies, and she would eat pecans just whenever. Other than that, she had like some sherbet ice cream that she would stash in the fridge. So, you know, if that's your thing. But when you really think about it, that's a very simple meal. That's a very simple diet. Um, they're doing 2 or 3 meals a day there. I mean, she would wake up like 4 or 5 a.m. probably and start cooking breakfast. By 5 to 6, I mean, she was waking you up to eat eggs and oatmeal, and then you would start your day. You'd have beans and cornbread or whatever for lunch, and maybe beans and cornbread for supper, or you'd have something else for supper. And then you'd have like a slice of pie or something afterward. It's a very simple way to live. But I don't think she had any money like issues really. I mean, she didn't really have a lot of money expenditures. And that's the same thing that I'm talking about here is you could come out of high school and get you a house. For me, this was a back taxed auction house that I could have got for 10 grand, but I ended up getting upbid by a really rich lady that owns all the nursing homes around here. Um, but it still cost me about 24, 25 grand. And it didn't have water in it. The people tore out the water heater in the shower and all of that. And there's a whole piece of the building missing. But I own the land, I own the house. It's a good area. I mean, I can go get water. That's part of the reason why I have these water jugs. So I have a couple of gallons of water that I kind of sip on and stuff throughout the day. Uh, I got a small, tiny dishwasher that basically I can pour like 2 gallons of water in and turn it on, and it can wash your basic dishes. Uh, because I just don't have access to water, and I dump that into a bucket, and I pour that bucket out somewhere, and we're good. And but basically, I mean, the money that I save for my college loans is what I use on the house. I justify that because I'm thinking, a mortgage on a house. I mean, recently they've been like 1% or whatever, so like a loan for that would be fine. It would have been a better deal for me to do that, sure. But the way I'm looking at it is, it's a student loan, 3 to 4%. Um, I could probably pay it off if I save for a couple years if I wanted to, but I feel like basically my student loan is now my mortgage payment. But if I don't pay my student loan, I'm probably not going to lose my house. And there's probably more repayment options for student loans than there is for a mortgage on your house. So I think it's a decent call. This means, though, that if I wanted to, with my bills and stuff, if I didn't use house insurance or any of that, because I don't really worry about the house getting destroyed. If it does, I mean, it's a house. I'm a simple enough person where it's like I could put up four walls and a roof, and as long as I can stay warm, I'm good. And I think in America, even in the small town that I'm in, it is possible to live perfectly fine on the streets. I know my parents lived out of a car when I was younger. Um, but when you really think about it, there's so many businesses and stuff in America that have access to water, to toilets, to electricity, that if you have a phone, you can probably charge it in a store somewhere easy enough. If you have water bottles, you can fill up water probably easy enough. If you have access to a store or something, you could probably use a bathroom easy enough. Um, when it comes to showers and stuff, best things I can really say is car wash, um, parks with swimming areas, or gym memberships, like gym or spas or something, or a public pool. Um, so say like so gym memberships you can get. Some gyms have showers and stuff in them, and memberships can be like 20 to 40 bucks a month, which isn't bad. They also generally have places you can get water. Just saying. They also generally have bathrooms. So if you want to, you know, kind of travel during the day and stuff, and you have a 24-hour gym, you could go get you a $20 membership per month, have a place to lift, have a place to take a dump, have a place to get water. After that, you're just probably gonna need a place to get food and stuff. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be the best way to live ever, but it's definitely doable, and especially for the short term. If we're talking, let's say if you have a job, I'm just throwing this out there. If you have a job Let's just say like minimum wage. So 2 weeks you're getting $400. All right. This is gonna be the low end. Like this is the old minimum wage of like 725 that I was getting with my first jobs. $400 every 2 weeks, $800 a month. If I was going to live on that in this house right here, I probably could because electric, gas, water is all going to be about $100 a month. So that's 300, and then I would have my food, which I can get to under a couple hundred. So let's say it's 500, 500, 600. I would still have a couple $100 every month to save. So I could probably have, 1 or 2 grand saved by the end of the year if I don't spend it on a bunch of shit. So, I mean, a car alone, like just the insurance payments on a car is going to be a couple $100 once a year, which is basically like half the amount you have. But it's definitely livable, and that is a single person in a single house. So if you have a kid or something, that price is definitely going to be a lot higher, and you're going to be having some rough times. But if you have a kid, hopefully you have a partner, and that means that 800 bucks a month has now doubled to 1,600 bucks a month, and that excess money per month should be enough to cover a baby, hopefully. And that is the bare minimums of you getting the lowest of low possible paying jobs. Like, yeah, I mean that's the lowest possible paying jobs that you can get. And you might be thinking like houses are really expensive where we live and you don't have, the ability to buy them or whatever. I'm going to say something that personally it would be very difficult for me to do what I'm about to tell you, but it's probably a good idea to move to like a lower costed state, even if it is for a couple of years. That being said, also, it would also be a good idea if you don't want to move to a lower income state to do what I was saying before with the gym memberships and stuff and live in your car. Because then you can work your job in a place where the cost of living is, $2 million or whatever a year, get paid 4 times as much, 4 or 5 times as much as what I would in this area. And you basically live in your car, go to the gym, stay healthy. You'd pay for gas and you'd pay for your gym membership and you'd pay for your food. You do that for a couple of years, you probably got enough to put back for a shitty house or a piece of land or something, or moving states and buying a shitty house over here for 10 grand. Um, at that point, though, it's like it's all up from there. I mean, you don't have the monthly payment. Now, I'm not saying that loans and stuff are bad. I'm saying they are useful if you want to try and make more money and you're willing to take that risk. For me, personally, I'm going to try and take that risk in the future, um, because my family and stuff, you know, my parents and things, they lived in a car when they were raising us. They had 4 kids. Um, they've worked their whole life, so they're going to get retirement, but they don't have a lot of savings, and they haven't really got to do a whole lot with their life because they've just been working and taking care of us. And I respect that. Um, pretty pretty big respect for that. All right, so I think that if I'm able to increase how much money I can get, even if it does cost me, you know, to get some loans, some sort of debt to do it. I think it would be a good idea. And I think how I'm going to do this is pretty simple with how I'm doing now. But also back to that other base example. That was $800 a month turned down to $300 or so left in a month. If I was living in a house with the bills that I have now, seems very doable. Now, specifically where my house is at the moment, there's a public park, which means I have access to um, pretty much an open playground if I had kids, but there's public restrooms there. I think there used to be, or there still is, a public water fountain. There is a fast food restaurant and a small convenience store right across the street from me. So if I decided to not do anything else but besides work a part-time job, I could live here comfortably without any worries, I would think. With a little bit of savings, I could probably live pretty comfortably. I wouldn't have a retirement or anything, but I would have to work 1 or 2 days a week for the rest of my life. I could live with that. I think anyone could live with that. It's not that big of a deal. Now, when we get back to this food topic, when I start looking at what my grandparents eat and stuff, and I start looking at the benefits that they have, pinto beans and things, they have a lot of your fiber that you need. They have antioxidants, they have a lot of vitamins, there's a lot of stuff. You're still going to need meats and stuff like that, but these are very basic foods that people used to eat that now everyone's eating fast food and everything's gone to shit. Oats, a lot of fiber, vitamins, slow digesting carbs. All right, the fiber and the slow digesting carbs things, like you have more what complex carbs or whatever. uh, those are things that can help you regulate your blood sugars and stuff a lot more, which is something I'm more like interested in. Intermediate fasting and stuff has benefits for blood sugar and stuff like that, which is what I'm doing to try and keep myself from getting diabetes like everyone else in my family, because I'm the only one apparently that's doing anything about that. Everyone else getting diabetes, they're getting limbs chopped off and fingers and hands. And my great grandma, uh, I got to witness her slowly disappear piece by piece, and I don't really necessarily want to go through that. Probably I could deal with it. I mean, we're gonna have robotic limbs pretty soon anyway, so that's another thing. Is I think a lot of these manual labor and warehouse jobs and stuff, which is what is in the area around where I live, are probably going to be very threatened by AI and robots in the near future. They're already starting to build warehouses that are completely AI and no people. So there's going to be some hard times coming. And so online sales, online businesses, uh, security, and stuff like that, um, software, computer code, that's probably the only things you're going to be able to get jobs for and stuff reliably. Um, but basically, how to explain this? Uh, the stir fry thing and stuff, 30 to 40 bucks a week. If you're thinking that it isn't sustainable, I had been doing that since, what is it? It's 2022 right now. I think I came back from college 2019, maybe. Um, so basically, that first year I was back, I realized that I was spending a couple $100 a week on food, and it wasn't going to work out because I wasn't going to be making enough money, and I was trying to save to pay off my debts at that point. Um, what I would say is my thought process originally of why I was starting to eat some more basic foods and stuff was, do you really need every meal to be your best meal? This is the thing that really gets me, because people are like, I love lasagna or hamburgers or whatever. So they want to eat that every single meal. And it really came back to my grandma's food was like all of her food was good. I don't regret any meal I've ever had from her. But she wasn't cooking her best food every day. Like, how many meals do you really remember? Like, how many meals do you taste with your mouth and actually remember at the end of the day? You know, uh, I think one solid good meal, a family dinner at the end of the day. I mean, that could be a good thing. I mean, other than that, I don't think you really need that much meal. But this is the only thing. The intermediate fasting thing alone drastically reduces my food consumption. Whole lot. Uh, I really don't need much, if any, calories or anything right now because I'm not really lifting or doing super crazy physical labor. I will say it gets a lot harder when you're doing physical labor, especially 12-hour shifts. Becomes very difficult to micromanage your calories and stuff when you do that. But other than that, um, how many meals do you really remember? Like, do you remember every breakfast you've had this week? How it tasted and stuff? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I can tell you right now, though, is once you get into this and you get used to it, it's not like I've been doing it for a long time, but it's slowly like I never just like full on dove where like, oh, I'm not gonna eat any ice cream or anything anymore. Um, I just kind of slowly just went at a natural pace. Like I did fully go into fasting originally because after my first breakup, I was basically like I couldn't make myself eat or anything for 3 months, and then I realized, like, "Hey, you can go a long time without eating food." But there's a lot of upsides, I think. It's actually helped with my concussion as well a lot. Just energy, feeling better, not being as tired when I'm dealing with stuff on the computer and things like that. But it comes down though is like, do you remember everything that you eat? And then also like when you cut it down enough, there's little things that you don't really notice that you will start to notice when you eat things. So the amount of consumption that you're eating on a daily basis is kind of you're losing sensation to it the more you eat it. Um, so a big one that I'm going to kind of throw your way is salt and sugar. So, for example, like my dad, he has drunk sweet tea all of his life. He probably never stops. But what he was doing was he started slowly reducing the amount of sugar he was putting in there because his health was getting bad. And he can't really taste the difference now. But he doesn't put like when we were younger, it was like 4 to 6 scoop of sugar per like pot of tea, and now he does like one or something for a big pot of tea. I mean, it's not nearly as much as it was. The similar thing will happen when you start eating foods and stuff. Something I can say is oatmeal. So one thing you can do when you're eating oatmeal is like put blueberries and stuff in it, which is basically what people say. I have a bad habit of eating the blueberries before I put them in my oatmeal, so I could never do that. So the difference is like when I ate oatmeal in the past when I was younger, I would get a big bowl of oatmeal, pour like a half cup of sugar in that, and make it like a big sugary cereal. Okay, that never really bothered me or anything. But I can say now is that I can make a whole pan of oatmeal and put like a teaspoon of sugar or something in there, and I can taste that sugar pretty much throughout the oatmeal for the majority of the oatmeal. There's only a couple spots that won't have any sugar or taste. I can instantly lock onto that sugar and taste the sweetness, but I'm way below the daily intake of sugar guidelines that people say, right? And this is kind of the thing with salt is a lot of processed foods, a lot of foods that you cook, people put salt in it, and the daily guidelines say like well, like a teaspoon, 1 or 2 teaspoons of salt a day. I get to the point where like right now, there's some day like there's days like I don't eat salt for like weeks, and like I'll start like feeling a headache, and it kind of becomes an issue because I think you're supposed to have certain amounts of salt, and there's people that argue that you're actually supposed to have really salty blood and you're supposed to eat a bunch of salt because every animal likes salt and they all want salty blood and salt's supposed to be really good. I don't really know what the answer is there. I'm not going to tell you anyway, but either way that you go about it, uh, salt becomes something that, so like beans, I can eat beans plain, but just that one addition of just a tiny, not even a tablespoon of salt, just like a little drizzle of salt on top of your beans, um, makes it a completely different meal once you get to a certain point. Um, kind of the stage where I'm at. I don't really have hunger pains. I can go long periods of time without eating. I can tell when my body is switching fuel sources. Um, I can tell like just a little bit of salt, I can just taste it, and it makes things a whole lot better, and it keeps you below what people would say recommended for per year. But here's the second part of this. So in my area, I don't know exactly where all of y'all guys are living or whatever, but pinto beans, staple of what my grandparents ate. We're like in the middle of the United States, so like Mexico and this area and stuff, pinto beans, big deal. Um, I can go to the grocery store right across the street. 10-pound bag of pinto beans is like $10. So you're talking about $1 per pound of pinto beans. 1 to 2 pounds of pinto beans can last me a couple days. So you're talking about $1 or less per day. Uh, a 10-pound bag of pinto beans can last me over a week, which means if I bought groceries weekly, I would slowly have an increase of pinto beans. I slowly have an increase of food. This is twofold to where it makes it to where one, I'm always going to have food I can eat and buy and all that. Two is once I get enough food to last me a certain period of time, I could then put that $10 into something else like pasta sauce or um tortilla shells or whatever. So like this is just an example for that $10. I'm also going to say, like, if you have a specific grocery budget and you're buying these things, that you're going to have a lot more than $10 to rotate. Here's where I'm getting at. Um, so that $10, you go and you buy stir fry sauce. Next week, you go and you buy pasta sauce, or you buy a lasagna to eat, for a snack, or you go and you buy a pizza. Um, you can still eat other foods. You just don't have them in abundance. And I think this is very important because you got to think like when you think desserts, you think ice cream and stuff, right? But you got to think in the old days, cookies and all that stuff, they are desserts, but breads, stuff like that, I would still classify them as desserts. In the grand scheme of things, they are low fat desserts. Apples and oranges and stuff would be a natural dessert. These are things that are not readily available in nature, but people would get a hold of and probably like a whole lot in the past. And then they become staple foods because people like eating stuff that they like. So instead of eating the broccolis and the salads and all of that stuff, or, you know, fish or whatever every day, they start making breads. Maybe only the fanciest people ever had breads originally, and then when it becomes a commonplace because it's profitable or whatever, and everyone wants bread, then everyone's eating bread all the time. But originally it was probably pretty sacred. It was probably sort of like a dessert. Because there's some really, really good homemade breads. I will tell you that. I've made just some basic bread I've made at my house before. What was it? Joshua Way or whatever his name is. Makes videos on Facebook, pretty good recipes. I think I was trying to make homemade pizza or something. Anyway, Made some bread, made some pizza dough. Good stuff. Homemade way better than store bought. Just saying. If you're gonna have the calories, you might as well have the good ones. Uh, but this is where this adds up. So pinto beans, over a month's supply. Well, over a week's supply. When I buy them, so not a big deal. And you're talking about $10 for a whole week, over a week. I mean, you're probably looking at $1 a day. So let's just say it goes 10 days. You're talking about 3 bags a month, $30. Something that you could almost practically live off of, except for it's missing like a couple of vitamins and protein, maybe. Um, I forget what the protein was called. I know there's like at least one protein that isn't in there. It's called like methionase or something. Uh, so oats is another thing. You can get a big deal of oats for a few bucks at the store. Even if the prices go up right now, I'm just saying if everything goes up at the same price value, they're still going to be the cheapest things. And it's stuff that not a lot of people these days eat. I don't know why. I mean, they eat instant oatmeal. They don't eat classic oats. Anyway, uh, it doesn't cost much. A big tub can last you over a week. That tub lasts you over a week, sometimes 2 weeks. Sometimes I don't feel like eating oatmeal. I don't eat it. But I'm just saying, I eat it on occasion. Not a big deal. Um, I can toss me a little tablespoon of sugar on it if I want. Generally, I like me some butter. Sometimes I like me some milk in it. Um, I'm not super picky on all that stuff. What I am saying is it's something that fills you up, that lasts a long period of time, that has like a slow release of carbs that can help you with appetite and blood sugars and all that stuff. And I can put a little sugar on it, and I don't have any problems with that either. So, good little meal, something that you can buy once a week or whatever, and it's going to slowly build up where you have a shit ton of it for no reason. Um, Potatoes. This is something that I don't have a good place to store potatoes. Here's my thing about it. I can buy me a big bag of potatoes. I think they're probably $10 or less at the store, and they can last me over a week. You're talking about multiple, and I eat like 3 or 4 potatoes in one sitting. So you're talking about even if I eat 3 or 4 in a sitting, it's going to last over a week. If you're eating 1 or 2, it probably last over 2 weeks. Potatoes are something that you can store and they last quite a while if they're in like a dry, dark place or whatever that's not like really damp, I believe. And I just don't have a place to do that. So generally, when I buy them, after a couple days, they're already sprouting. But you can still eat them when they sprout. So I still eat them. You scrape the sprouts off and stuff. As far as I know, you're good. Um, it's a good meal. And also, potatoes have kind of like beans. They have almost every vitamin that you need to survive. Just throwing that out there. I mean, there's still a couple missing, but those two foods together are really kind of a really solid, just general package of nutrients for things. I find uh, broccoli is another thing that's a really good thing to have, but can cost a bit more in the store to get. And this is where I'm going to get into growing veggies and stuff here in a minute. Uh, Rice, 10-pound bag, probably, I think, still $10 or less at the store. So you can see most of these things are about $10. Bag of rice will last you way over a month. Probably one of the most long-lasting things ever. Big filler. Pretty popular in Hawaii and stuff, as well as being a filler in a lot of dishes. Um, Problems that I'm not really certain about is apparently it has a bunch of arsenic or something in it. It's one of the plants that Apparently, there's a lot of arsenic in our water supplies, and it happens to soak it up a lot. But there's certain ways you can get rid of it. But basically, arsenic's a poison. So I don't really know if it's healthy or not to really eat the white rice. And plus, white rice doesn't have the germ, so it's going to spike your blood sugar and insulin. As far as I know, it's something that probably isn't super healthy. It's sort of probably like white grain, like white flour. But it does last a long time. It does taste really good on its own and stuff as well, and with butter and sugar. So take that with how you will. Chicken, 10-pound bags right now are like $22. Uh, the price is going up. Mm, That's kind of a toss up. So I mean, chicken is a very solid, lean protein. It's something that I have eaten too much of. When I was getting out of college, like I said before, I was eating rice and chicken and stir fry. So basically, for the 3 years that I was working and putting back money, and I eventually bought this house with that money, I was eating endless amounts of chicken and rice, and I was working manual labor jobs, and really my health and everything kind of was falling steep, and my mental health because a lot of work drama happened. But yeah, you can eat chicken for quite a while. I would advise if you do eat plain chicken for over a year, seasonings and stuff are like I got so bad where I was literally dipping my chicken in seasonings just to try and get another flavor. And seasonings aren't super expensive, so that's just something to think about. Um, that being said, 22 bucks for 10 pounds of chicken, depending on how much you eat, because I eat quite a lot. Um, I'm gonna say you could probably make it last over a week, but that's probably something you're gonna have to buy weekly. If you only eat one or two pieces a day, though, I mean, it's gonna last you a couple of weeks. But for me, it's probably gonna be a week or less. So that's gonna be one of the bigger expenses. But you can see right there, you have 5 items for a total of about for a total of about probably under 60 bucks um, for one week of groceries. Now that being said, is the rotation of how you get it down to like 30 bucks a week or whatever is like you buy rice one week, so rice and chicken, 30 bucks, but that rice is going to last over a week. So that rice will last over a month. So if you buy rice and you buy chicken, that's your 30 bucks. And the next week you go and you buy your chicken and then you buy your pinto beans. Well, those pinto beans are going to last over a week. So next week you buy your chicken and you buy your potatoes, which will last under a week. And then the next week you buy your chicken and you buy your pinto beans again. And now you have pinto beans, potatoes, chicken, rice. You know, you just slide oats in there somewhere and you're good. Uh, that's kind of how the rotation is. I mean, when I was talking about the 30 bucks thing, it was just when I was eating rice and stir fry. So if I was doing rice and stir fry and stuff, basically what I was doing is I was buying the rice and the chicken, which would be the 30 bucks. And then the next week I would go and I'd buy chicken and sauce or chicken and veggies. And so you just rotate rice, chicken, and veggies and sauces per week. And you'd be able to constantly keep that up. But the the veggies and the sauces would be where your leeway and stuff would come from. Or sometimes you'd have like a surplus of chicken because like maybe you didn't eat chicken with it one day, or maybe you didn't eat as much chicken as you did the last week. And that's when you can kind of go and grab some pasta or something and kind of store it. And that's where I think like storage cabinets and stuff like that comes in. If you have like a system like this where you're slowly accumulating things and then you occasionally buy certain items, eventually, like say you go and you buy like macaroni and cheese, uh your cabinet, say like you're able to buy one mac and cheese a month, like one box, you know, 2 or 3 months, you got 2 or 3 boxes of mac and cheese. Eventually, you're going to have a bunch of mac and cheese, and you don't need to buy any more mac and cheese. And then you start eating mac and cheese every now and then. And as long as you're not consistently eating mac and cheese every day, it's going to last, and you just slowly replace it. And this is where it's not really cutting out foods, but it's kind of like a disciplined way of managing foods to eat that necessarily doesn't make you have to think about your diet, because the access to the food that you have is basically influencing your diet, and it just makes it easier to micromanage. But now this is where things I'm going to start talking about like growing vegetables and stuff. This is something I haven't gotten into yet. However, I would say that it's something that I feel like I have a different method than other people would, because everyone that I see plant veggies and stuff, there are things that have like very specific windows. What I will say with this is that pinto beans can last a long time. You can store pinto beans and they can last over 30 years and still be edible. Okay? You realize, so if you buy pinto beans every week and you're slowly stocking up pinto beans, you're slowly going to have a massive surplus stockpile of food that you can continuously eat without paying any food bills in case of emergencies. Crazy. Crazy to think about that. Potatoes are sort of similar, but they only last a few months if stored. So, well, like 6 to 8 months or something, probably if stored properly. So, if you have a big batch of potatoes that you grow in the summer, you can store those and they will last you over half the year to replant or slowly make more surplus potatoes for the next year. So eventually you're going to have quite a few potatoes and you won't have to buy any potatoes. These are two things. So when I first started looking into veggies and stuff, um, the guy was growing potatoes in 5-gallon buckets. So one potato in each of these buckets, it takes like 100 days or whatever for potatoes to mature and grow. It takes like a gallon of water or something a day if you don't get a lot of rain or anything to keep them watered. I think it was a gallon of water is like 20 cents or something in the U.S. on average. If you're paying for it, you could easily go to any place with public water and fill up one of these and then dump it on your potatoes, even if that is a hassle, or say a stream or something, which there happens to be a stream pretty close by to where I live. Uh, in any case, I think it was five-gallon buckets that he grew those potatoes in, and he got over like 150 pounds of potatoes by the end of it from that. Pretty big thing, especially since you're probably buying the potatoes and stuff to eat anyway, and the bad ones or the ones that sprout too much or get too soft or whatever you don't feel like eating, you can regrow and you can cut them and regrow multiple. So very versatile. Um, I would say potatoes and beans are both something that are very good to grow. The only thing I can really say about this is that Potatoes are a pretty hardy plant that can survive in a lot of crazy conditions. I don't know if they can grow in the winter, but they can grow through a lot of crazy conditions and frost. The test potatoes that I have put out this year in a pot, they were growing during the last winter freezes. So they actually sprouted out and were growing fine, and they're still growing now for the last winter freezes. The pinto beans that I planted with those, I think died, but I don't know if it was because of the cold or because um, the pot they were in had big lips, so maybe it wasn't getting enough sunlight. This being said, though, it takes about 100 days or whatever for the potatoes to mature. So you're talking about a little over 3 months. So you may get one or two grows of potatoes or something a year if you really wanted to, um, which would be enough to last you all year if you stored them properly. Now, pinto beans apparently are a really good plant to grow with some of these like potatoes or corn or whatever, because they uh, I guess apparently add nitrogen back to the soil, which a lot of plants don't. So that might save me costs of fertilizer and stuff like that. So I find that quite interesting. I don't know how many um, pinto beans you'll get from one plant. I do know that uh, Google had said there was like like a couple pounds or something per plant, which most small bean bags that you buy, those ones that last me 2 days, are like 2 pounds. So I'm thinking like one bean plant will probably last me 2 or 3 days, I would assume. But beans again can last like 30 years in storage, so you don't really need to grow the beans. Um, if I grow them, like if I bought enough store beans and I started growing beans, I probably wouldn't need to buy store beans anymore. But I would have to package them properly and store them. So this is kind of something where I wish I had a cellar, because the more I'm getting into this, the more I think a cellar is very useful. Um, but yeah. So I'm not gonna grow oats. I don't know anything about that. I'm probably not gonna grow rice. The main thing is that I know with rice, I think it takes a lot of water. They have to be submerged and stuff. And it takes a lot of water, and I think that might be too much of a hassle to do. I also know that they're kind of picky when you like harvest them and stuff. So I probably wouldn't just buy it. It's cheap enough. If we stop getting rice, it's not a big deal if I don't eat rice. I think rice is the most unhealthy thing that I have on here. So plus for uh most rice is like enriched. So if you don't enrich your rice, then you're gonna be missing a lot of vital nutrients probably. Um so here's where I come in with the other plants and stuff. So for stir fry and all of that, cabbage, lettuce, all kinds of veggies go really good in stir fry. This is part of the reason where I started getting more into vegetables, is to force myself to eat broccoli originally, I had to dip it in like yogurt and stuff, something I couldn't taste it. But if you cook it in a stew or a stir fry or you steam it or anything like that, the taste is a lot better. Any kind of seasonings can be really good with it. Olive oils seem to help out quite a lot. So that's something. Olive oil is pretty much what I use to cook almost everything now. So virgin olive oil, I use it all the time. It has good fats for you. I don't really remember like the omegas, but it has some sort of omega probably in it. Uh, Fish is another thing. I don't know how much fish is. I haven't really ate a bunch of fish. I don't really think I've ever been a huge fan of fish. I eat it on occasion, but they got those omegas that you need. You can always fish for your own food as well. So that's another part of this. When you grow plants on your own, you're probably going to find worms, and worms are useful to keep your soil and stuff healthy when you have a garden. And then those worms can be used for fish bait, which means that you don't have to buy fish bait and that you can go fish if you don't have any other way to get meat. fish is a good option. I would warn that there's probably not any way around it, but basically, fish have mercury. Mercury is bad for you. You probably need to clean your fish a certain way to help with getting out mercury. I'm not going to say I'm a professional, probably isn't a big thing. I'm sure some fish have more or less mercury in their body, but apparently mercury's in the water stream, kind of like the arsenic or whatever. So that's something to deal with. When it comes though with the veggies, I don't think you should really grow. I don't really see any reason, unless you really like a specific veggie or plant or something, to grow something that can only grow in certain conditions or times of the year. The beans and the potatoes I would probably grow just because they last a long time and you can store them. And I think they have a lot of vitamin, of like nutrients and stuff in them that make them a very worthwhile plant to grow. I think broccoli or something would probably be another one in that sort of ballpark where even if broccoli has very specific growing conditions or times of year, it has enough vitamins and benefits that growing it would be good. This comes into what I think you should grow, just in general, is some things that can survive any kind of weather condition and can grow throughout the year. Um, Mainly because I don't see a point of growing a vegetable or anything to eat that you can't eat during the winter. I would say another one that maybe you would grow for a specific period of time during the year is carrots. I don't think they grow in winter. Carrots are very good for you though, and I don't have any problem with carrots. They also grow underground, which kind of helps with pests. I think the things like potatoes, carrots, all those things that grow underground, as long as the ants and stuff don't get to them, I think I just see them performing better, less likely to just get eaten by animals or whatever. And then the fact that you would probably grow them during the warmest times of the year would probably lead to less loss of crops throughout the year. I'm not a farming expert. I just think that if I was in the wild and I was growing food, I would want to take the least amount of risk possible, and growing it underground, um it seems like a good idea. um So what this comes down to, so walking onions, apparently there's quite a few of these around the house that I'm at now. The people before were growing them or had them here already, but they basically kept them around and they ate them for years. You can basically, there's tiny onions. There's nothing super amazing about them. You're probably not going to cook them and toss them on your hamburgers, even though I have tried that. Um, but essentially, I guess what happens is they grow into the ground and then they grow a bulb out and then they slowly make like a kind of family knit area of onions, and they can apparently grow throughout the year even though I haven't paid enough attention to know if I've seen them out here. I don't recall seeing them during the winter. I know they regrow um very early in the year, and they continuously grow for a long period of time around this house. But something like that for me, it's something that's a very hardy plant that is going to continuously come back. I think that's pretty valuable. You don't have to replant it. You don't have to deal with it. You just pick them, eat them, and then you leave it, and then more grow. I think that's a great thing. And I feel like onions are pretty much one of those staple foods that you use for, cooking and flavor and stuff like that. I would also say that they have other benefits like deodorizer, stuff like that to help with your house. So that's a benefit. Second thing I would say, lettuce. Um, I'm not sure if there's specific sorts of lettuce that you would want to use, but from what I've seen, this isn't necessarily something that grows in the winter, but it falls kind of under the same category as a walking onion. Um, from what I've seen, there is either lettuce in general or specific kind of lettuce that grows back every year, and you don't really have to replant it. It just continuously just grows, dies, then grows back again, and you just kind of pick it off and eat it as you want, and it grows back pretty fast. I think those things, it's less hassle, less work to plant and maintain, and you can eat it. Seems like a no-brainer to me. I would prefer to have something that pops back on its own, grows every year, not have to worry about replanting it and all of that. Seems like a good idea. The Egyptian cabbage or Egyptian lettuce or whatever it was apparently is some sort of super nutrient dense vegetable, and it's cabbage, which you can use in stir fry and stuff pretty well. Um, but from what I read up on it and stuff, it grows in winter and it grows in summer and it grows wherever pretty much, and pretty durable plant as far as I can see. There's a few others I don't fully remember the list of stuff that I had, but that's just a couple of ideas. Is basically, I think you would want to grow plants that grow back on their own and grow enough to where you can continuously harvest them, or you have them to where they grow all year round, so you have something that you can at least eat on during the winters and stuff. Um, that being said, if you store enough fat and stuff throughout the summer, you could technically do a fast through the winter, but I don't think a lot of people want to do that. Anyway, but this makes me really come down to how I start thinking about finances and stuff. Um, it's kind of how I started thinking about getting into houses and land, because when you think about history and who had a lot of power and resources to do things and ability to help their families, it really comes down to land ownership every time that I really think about it. Because, kings and stuff had a lot of authority, but they gave out, land to the lords, and the lords would make all their money and stuff from the land. And with land, you can plant crops, you can grow houses, you can do all sort of things with land. If businesses want to, have an area to do something, they have to require land. So I think that's just a good thing. It doesn't require a lot of skill sets to own land. You don't need any degrees to own land. You don't need, much knowledge to buy land. Um, and this is also kind of where I start thinking about investments, because people worry about investments and risk and all of this stuff. But when I start thinking about this, I start thinking about the people who originally planted food. Planting food is an investment. When you plant it in the ground, you get like a 50-50 shot of it growing or not. The benefit is you gave up a potato and you get the possibility of getting like 20 more potatoes. So you're getting a 10, 20x return on your food growth. So once the population starts going back to plants for food, or say, and you can buy the food from the store, you could eat it or you could plant it. That is a way to multiply money, which I don't think anyone is thinking about. So right now, there's a section of land that I could buy, let's just say, and it doesn't have a house on it. Well, it can become a pain to try and have a house and stuff. Okay, get a house on the land or whatever. I could go make a big above ground farm area out there. Property taxes, say a couple $100 a year. That's it. Yep, no, don't need. Maybe you run water out there. So what? You got $100 a month. Well, not even $100 a month. Uh, if it's in town here, it would have to be like $100 a month because you have to pay for uh, garbage and all that. Um, but if it's outside of town, you're probably like $16, $20 a month maybe. So you get a pretty decent sized land. You go and you buy potatoes. You plant the potatoes throughout the land. So you get 200 potatoes, and they each give you 10 potatoes apiece. You have now 10x'd your potatoes. If money didn't exist, you just grew money out of the ground because those potatoes are useful for trade, for eating, livestock, whatever else. But it also means that you don't lose your investment because you can still take one of those potatoes, plant it in the ground, and it multiplies again. And I think that is the very base minimum of what investing is. If you can get 10% return on your money in the stock market on average, you're taking your dollar and you're planting it in the ground and you're getting 10 cents. And then it's staying planted in the ground and it's making 10 cents. But eventually you're going to be making 20 cents. I need to move this to the other screen. Hmm. I don't know. It just seems like land is the safest thing to invest when you don't have a bunch of money. Just the way I'm starting to think about it is like 20 grand for a house or 20 grand into the stock market. If you put the 20 grand into the stock market over 20 years, you could have 60 grand. If you put 20 grand into a house, and the house goes up by 10 to 30% a year, in 10 years, you could probably double your money and get rental income and be able to take loans out against that to get more houses. But once you get 20, 30, 40 houses, let's say you get 10 houses in the area that I'm in currently before all this inflation, $800 in rent was a pretty average price for a decent rent house. So you're talking about $800 a month for 10 houses, 8 grand a month. So we're talking 80,000 to $100,000 in a year. And then after you get and so say if they were 20 grand a piece for each house, you would have to have had like 200 grand for all of those houses. And if you put that 200 grand in the stock market, you can't really touch the 200 grand. You're not going to get any money from the 200 grand when it's in there. But over 20 years, it would triple, which would be fine. But you also have to have that 200 grand first. Whereas a house, you can have one house for 20 grand. So instead of having for 20 years that 20 grand multiplying into 60, you get 20 grand into a house. Then the house's value increases. You take the money of equity out of the house, you use that to buy another house. And so now you have $40,000 in houses in a couple of years. So your money's already doubled. And then it keeps going. But I think after you get like 10 houses or whatever, then you take a chunk of money and you dump it. Yeah, you take a chunk of money and then dump it into the real estate market. Or not the real estate market, just the stock market. Because you have a chunk of money that's sitting, that's not doing anything, and it's a big lump sum. So if you get 10 rent houses and you're able to get 100 grand in 1 year and you don't have anywhere to spend that money, you stick it in the stock market and you forget about it. In 20 years, that 100 grand is 200 grand. It's 400 grand. And that's probably about the most you're going to get out of it. You could probably do more with buying houses and stuff, but that's still 400 grand that, you know, I don't know. I might just be a crazy man, but Cold War, Vanguard. I don't know if I want to play Warzone or not. This being said, I'm gonna try and do a once I get my next job line out, I'm gonna go to the gym and I'm gonna do intermediate fasting with the gym. I will say with the beans and all that stuff that I've been eating, that I feel a lot more slim and I can feel my muscle contraction a lot better than when I was chubbier. And this is without me even doing anything right now. So I think once I go back, I'll probably switch. And I think how it'll be structured is essentially instead of like an 8 hour window, I'll probably give myself a 10 to 12 hour window. I'm going to probably try a 10 hour window. So that basically means like in the morning when I wake up, I probably wouldn't eat anything. But say I work an 8 hour or 10 hour day, I basically work and eat. But however much I'm working in a day is where I'm gonna add like 2 hours onto the end of it, I think. Or I just won't eat at the first of my work day until like midday. So say I work like an 8 hour day, um, I don't eat until lunch, which is like a 12, and then I give myself a 10-hour window to eat. Then I could eat from 12 to 10 p.m. So when you get off work at like 5, you would still have 5 more hours to eat. So you could take a protein shake or whatever, take a nap or whatever, then go lift, then go take another protein shake or eat food, and then go to bed. And you wouldn't eat again until 12 at the next day, which would give you 14 hours before you ate again. Seems reasonable. See if I pick the right one. Hmm. I haven't played League in a long time.
more starters news and updates. It is the 13th of April 2022. We've got a new 3.17 open PTU patch. We've got dev responses on ship combat and some ship nerfs. And why do they seem to coincide with ship sales? And after a ship's sold, it then gets nerfed. And we've got some general news on what's happening with the rest of the week as well. Let's start with that. Wednesday's going to have a roadmap update, so hopefully that'll give us some indication of what's going on with 3.18 and some additional updates that might appear on the progress tracker. Thursday, Plan Imperium have a spring merchandise sale with major savings on existing goods. There may be some other little things going on with that sale as well. There are no episodes of Inside Star Citizen or Star Citizen Live this week, as the form is on a hiatus.
If you've been flicking between multiple news channels, heck, if you've been browsing YouTube comments lately, you'd probably be forgiven for thinking that there's more than one Ukraine war going on. After all, according to some of the narrative, Russia's getting their butt kicked, has been thrown out of Kiev, and is certainly on the strategic back foot. But if you look at the other side of the comment and news war, the ongoing information conflict over Ukraine, then it's the Ukrainian army that has been utterly destroyed, and Russia is, as always, mere days or weeks away from imminent victory. All of this encapsulates a little bit of the info war that we're seeing around the Ukrainian conflict, where a battle for the truth is pretty much as important as the actual events on the ground, at least so far as most of the rest of the world is concerned. And it all seems to come back to, in the comments that I've seen on my videos, comments on other videos, and also just discourse in the public, an obsession with one single question, a question which I very carefully avoided in some of my earlier videos. Who's winning? What is actually happening in the war so far? Now, I deliberately avoided that question in my initial video set. I focus on items that you can quantify and demonstrate, like the efficacy of certain equipment. I tried to demonstrate that the fight was more even than people might expect, that Russia had badly aligned its investment and its goals, things like that that I could establish and prove. But there is a huge appetite out there for an understanding of who is actually winning and triumphing. And you know what? I have to acknowledge that question is important. If Ukraine is truly doing well, there's going to be greater appetite to support it, to maintain it, to not give up on it. If indeed Russia is days or weeks away from victory, then other nations and members of the public in general might not be as supportive of sanctions on Russia or turning against Russia. They might need to hedge their bets. So I accept this question is fundamentally important. So I've decided today that I'm going to attempt to tackle it, firstly by looking at some of the myths that are growing up around this conflict, all around this point of how is it actually going, and secondly, I will take a shot. I'll make an attempt at answering how is the conflict going and who's winning. But first, let me just say this is a problematic question from an analytics standpoint, and I'm going to illustrate it here. If you look at that chessboard on the right, with no other information, you would immediately conclude that black is screwed, white has won. But if I told you that it's moved 79 for white and the game was they have to mate by turn 80 or they lose, then suddenly that game takes on a different measure. If white's clock is showing 0 at a tournament, they've lost, even though an initial look at the screen says otherwise. What I'm trying to say here is that you need to know what each side is aiming to achieve. What are the rules of the game? How do you judge success before you jump in and actually make a statement on who is winning and which way a conflict is likely to go? Because if you take account of this, you quickly understand there are situations where both sides might be able to claim that they're winning at the same time without necessarily lying. Let's look at Russia's stated military objectives here for a moment, as they have put them. Demilitarize Ukraine, denazify Ukraine, protect the Donbass, and contain NATO. All of those are vague shit when you get down to it. If you have destroyed one bit of Ukrainian hardware, if you've blown up one Azov soldier, if you force Ukraine to say they respect the right of individuals in the Donbass to speak Russian, which is something that they will probably concede anyway in their own territory, even if Russia cedes that territory back and withdraws support for Donetsk and Luhansk, and Ukraine agrees not to join NATO in the immediate future, there is a universe in which you can argue that Russia has achieved its objectives. But the scenario described to you would really be a titanic freaking embarrassment. But according to the objectives that are set, they can claim they've won. Ukraine equally can be pretty vague with those objectives. There is characterization wherein if Ukraine preserves its sovereignty at all against the gigantic Russian bear, it's won. And then there's others who argue that Ukraine is only won if Russia is driven out of Donetsk, out of Luhansk, if Crimea is reclaimed, The NATO flag is raised over Kiev. The Joint Command Structure of NATO relocates and bases itself permanently in Kiev, and the world bows before the brave Ukrainian defenders. Like, there's a spectrum of characterization of what it means to declare victory in this sense. So I just want to put that caveat up front before I jump in. So what I am going to try and do in order to address these questions in some coherent ways, I'm going to deal with some of the myths that are growing up first, the arguments around the state of affairs that I think belong as to be characterized as myths, and also the supporting arguments sit behind them. The argument that Russia has destroyed the Ukrainian military, which is very popular with the Russian Ministry of Defense and some Russians on the internet. The supporting myth, which is that, okay, maybe Russia isn't doing so well after all, but that's because, you know, they're choosing to do badly and they can turn this around if they want to. Sort of ascending their best one to. And then finally, the flip side myth, which is that Ukraine is basically one and Russia is not. Having answered those three questions, I'm going to deal with the question as best as I possibly can, expect some caveats, and then finally I'll give a bit of a channel update. All of this essentially serves as a preface for the video I really want to make after this, which is something I can be more certain about, which is how Russia fares if this war goes along. One final point before we jump in. I make it a point to listen to all evidence presented and to seek out evidence. So if you have hard, hitting evidence, either please leave a comment on the video and then know to go look, check, and please take this in spirit after hard evidence that suggests that something that I've said is either correct or wrong, or I'm missing something. The moment you stop listening, you stop analyzing. I'm determined to listen. Let's get into it. All right, myth one. And if you've been listening to the Russian Ministry of Defense and Russian commentators on Twitter, you're probably familiar with this one. The claim that Russia has basically destroyed the Ukrainian military. And there's some supporting cases that come behind this, which have only grown in intensity ever since the MOD in Russia declared that phase one of the operation, which is the demilitarization of Ukraine, is basically complete. The arguments are, Zelensky is asking for aid, therefore he is in trouble. After all, the Ukrainians wouldn't be asking for help if they were in dire straits. Secondly, they point to Russian official kill claims and statistics to suggest that the Ukrainian army has basically been destroyed, and they make an argument that Kiev was made in order to deal with the counter-argument that seems to suggest that Russia is really struggling on the battlefield. Let's deal with each of these in turn. I'm going to deal with the easiest one first. Asking for help doesn't mean you're losing. It means that you want help. The essential claim here is that Zelensky asking for equipment, asking for tanks, APC, anti-tank missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, asking for jets, this frequency, this constant request for material from Ukraine. The counterpoint is this fails at a logical level. You'd always rather have more ordnance and more equipment available than less when you're fighting. More metal means less blood has to be expended. But the USSR and UK didn't stop the land leaks when they were getting support from the United States. They didn't stop that in 1944 or 1945 when it was clear which way the war was going. In fact, deliveries to the USSR peaked in 1944. There is no other year of the Great Patriotic War where the USSR received more support through Lend-Lease than 1944, when the issue was probably already decided. The next point here is obviously emissions prices. Even if we're doing well, have almost always faced emissions pricing impact, specifically at the start of major conflicts. They burn through their initial stocks, and industry hasn't adapted to support expenditure. So as a result, there is a pinch in terms of that emissions price. We have some evidence that Russia is suffering for a pinch in terms of PGM availability. Well, the Ukrainians are also going to face shortages, so they're going to ask for help. Also, Russia has asked for assistance from China. They haven't seen much because we have seen communication they've gone up. But certainly they have also shaken that tree. They asked Kazakhstan if their groups resources before this kicked off, and obviously they've been defiant. But that doesn't mean that Russia will show up it meant that they were looking for as much support as they could basically get. You can also get shortages just if you're enlarging your force. Like, I don't know, if you're mobilizing new armies for territorial defense forces and militias and trying to put more guns in your hands than you had equipment for at the start of the war. Which is exactly the scenario that Ukraine is now in, attempting to play a people's war, a national war of resistance against the down. So I think this business and it's always seems like, what do you want? If you're winning, you just ask for help in order to make it fair for you. I think that really contrary to those of you who say I have Russian sources, I follow their claims about updates, especially when they are very thankful and also able to translate to English. And they put out quite comprehensive claims on destroying Ukrainian equipment on a daily basis. And the claim here goes that the Russian claims would basically have destroyed the Ukraine and the assumption is true. My counterpoint initially is that there's great historical precedence for overclaiming. When you move away from non-visually confirmed losses to losses that are claimed inflicted on the enemy by belligerent powers, I don't think you find a power in history that has been honest or accurate in their projections of the enemy losses. It also stretches all credibility to reconcile the Russian claims that we have seen in some systems, the observation of events on the ground. And I'll expand that more in a moment. But basically, if the Russian claims were true, that the Ukrainians would be fighting them with sharpened sticks at this point. Sharpened sticks and like AKs from the early Cold War and Mosin-Nagants and bayonets. Like there wouldn't be a huge amount left of the Ukrainian army. I'll put them up against the Ukrainian inventory for comparison. But despite the fact that the Russian MOD numbers, and to a lesser extent the Ukrainian MOD numbers, strike me as complete bullshit, they're certainly circulating around the internet. Here you have a wonderful tweet, which I will leave there for people to know themselves. It includes such amazing features as 91 of 55 helicopters and 398 of 50 UAVs having been destroyed, and loss rates for aircraft and tanks being 95 and 91% respectively. Basically, this is people quoting the Russian MOD statistics. But in this case, I'm sorry, I'm going to dwell on this for a moment because it blew my mind. How are they quoting the Russian MOD correctly? Because the Russian MOD doesn't claim 1,969 tanks have been destroyed. They claim 1,969 tanks and armored vehicles have been destroyed, which is why I don't know where these guys got their armored vehicles destroyed number from, and they just stuck the whole larger number in the tanks column. And then take pre-invasion figures from some source that isn't the Russians, which leads to these obscene 400%, 600% loss rates. It's nuts. This hurts me. Please stop doing it. You are not doing data science where you just take the claims of both sides at face value, put them in an Excel table, and publish them. This is not news. To take it back away from my anger at some of the the Russian claims themselves are rapidly approaching absurdity in a sense. What I put up there for you is a graph which shows what the Russian claims. The total bar is what the Russians claim the pre-war inventory piece of equipment was for Ukraine. The sum of the blue and orange are the Russian claims, and blue is what we have visually confirmed. So you can see there are significant gaps in some places. So tanks and armored fighting vehicles, the Russians claim 1,900 destroyed. We saw that on the previous slide. We have 233 pieces of information, which means the Russians claim that Ukraine has 468 previous slide, is they actually pumped up their projections of how many various systems Ukrainians have in service. So, for example, they project there are a slightly large number of aircraft in Ukrainian Air Force available to Ukrainians than most of the other sources that they've got have. They've sort of pumped the numbers up so that they've never claimed they destroyed everything. The problem with these claims is if these numbers were accurate, it's hard to imagine a force on the planet that would still be combat effective having suffered these percentages of losses. Like it's hard to imagine the Ukrainian air defense network would still be intact. And we know it's still treating Ukraine's airspace. They're still being very careful how they fly their sorties. They're still coming in low. They're not launching rate that might attract Tor or S-300 fire. That would be very hard to do if indeed you had knocked out 3/4 of the Ukrainian air defense network today. You just keep doing your thing, you ramp the pressure up, and you'd have air dominance, and the war would be fundamentally different. It's hard to imagine that the Ukrainians would be able to post videos of armored attacks and ambushes if that many of their tanks and armored died fighting vehicles have been destroyed. So I think it's safe to conclude that there is a discrepancy between what evidence the Russians have made on Ukrainian equipment, and what they claim, Ukraine has stolen. If these figures are accurate, we'd expect the war around to run very different than it seems to. The figures are likely to be later. I'd also like to consider because if they need accuracy to get planes, they're going to get to the people they will have to destroy with more than one side at a time when Western deliveries of heavy equipment still aren't needing to move the needle. So they're going to run into a barrier of how far they can increase their claims, but at the same time, their losses are likely to continue to increase, especially if they launch a new offensive into the Ukrainian offensive in the Donbass. So either they're going to increase their claims to 30, deploying more Ukrainian tanks than Ukrainian tanks exist, for example, or they're going to have to lower their claims while also being forced to admit an increasingly large number of losses. I'm not sure they've thought that far ahead. They've sort of painted themselves into a corner here. But there's no reason in summary to take these claims on their own merit. We will look at the Ukrainian claims later. Those are slightly less problematic, but I still wouldn't take them at face value. And then there's the Kiev was a feint argument. So this is the protection point. So if you arguments, it's often made example, the Ukrainian army has been destroyed, and then when you say, but you retreated from Kiev, the argument is Kiev was a feint. Now, here's my caveat. I think the Russians don't think Kiev is a feint, but the application of any degree of reason and military logic would seem to suggest that either it wasn't a feint or it was one of the most poorly planned and executed ones in military history. It was far too costly to be a feint. The Russians ran a large number of anti-fractional groups down that road. They put a lot of logistical effort into it, and they took very extensive casualties doing it. At the same time, all those militias, all those local defenders, those labourers, those are all military resources which can't readily be picked up and moved to another part of the country. They're there to defend the suburbs, so you can't just pick up the entire civilian population and move it to the Donbass or the base operations there. So if you don't attack Kiev directly, you're not actually engaging that military power of Ukraine. So what Russia does here is they take mobile offensive vehicles, formations, battalion tactics, and logistics, and they ram them into Ukrainian forces that would not be relevant in, say, a focused offensive just in the east of the country. They also have lots of elements of this offensive that suggest that it's going to take out the airborne offensive on day one, the Guardia troops who are there when you want to keep order over a civilian population. We're there in the all the screens that they weren't expecting a fight and they wanted to take the capital and secure the capital, not that it was a feint to direct Ukrainian military forces. The other thing I'll say is that in terms of redeployment practicality, pulling out, it's difficult. They're going to have to redeploy these forces for quite a long way in order to get them to the eastern front. Ukraine can use interior lines to redeploy their people. It was highly politically costly because a lot of people are looking at this and going, dear God, Russia's lost the battle for Kiev. That is an international embarrassment. So they paid a political cost to this was a training, and they made this war, which they signed up to a great political cost to be able to do so. And finally, it doesn't make sense in the context of the objectives they claim they want to achieve, because pressuring Kiev is one of the best ways to get Ukraine to come to the table. And if you have destroyed the entire Ukrainian military, if you have neutralized all of their heavy equipment, if you have basically destroyed Ukraine's army, then why are you retreating? Take the capital. If you haven't, you're pulling out the article, you have destroyed it's hard to reconcile Russia's claim with several about how it was constructed, about how it was represented, about how it was supposition, databases, Kiev, all this was very poorly planned and executed. Okay, so let's say that one's in the dirt. That the Russian claim that the Ukrainian military is basically completely destroyed. Let's dismiss that for a moment because it's basically based on Russian MOD claims, not on any of the developments we've seen on the ground, which include Ukrainian counterattacks, significant Russian attrition, and signs of an ongoing contested airspace fight. The next layer of the argument down is that Russia could turn this around easily if they wanted to. That for some reason, Russia is basically playing nice in Ukraine. And this has a few sub-arguments to it. The first, and I'm sure you've heard it, is Russia could easily flatten Ukraine if it chose to. The second is that Russia has a huge army it's not using. This is the evolution of the they're not sending their best argument. That Russia has huge forces that it could commit, and if it did commit, then Ukraine would fold. And third, that they're being really careful in how they use their artillery and their fire support. I'm going to address all three of those, but then I'm just going to ask the question, like, what are people even getting at with these three? Because I'm not sure they really support the underlying point that Russia is doing fine. The first sub-point is that Russia could just flatten Ukraine. I'm sure you've seen this either discussed in Russian media or on Telegram or on YouTube comments. Like this one does the rounds. My evaluation here is that yes, if you want to use nukes, sure. The nukes are not on the table here. People love talking about them. They're scary. They capture the imagination. But Russian doctrine says that nukes will only be used when the actual integrity of the state, the fundamental survival of the Russian state is at risk, and it clearly isn't in the conflict in Ukraine. It's not even a war, it's a special military operation, so you're going to argue that the continuity of the Russian state is at risk? You can't do that. You can't fit that circle in that square hole. The second point here is that the use of nukes would be so horribly escalatory that I tremble to think of what NATO and Western powers, and even neutral and allied powers, what China, what India, what nations that are either neutral or Russia aligned would do if the precedent of tactical nuclear weapon use was unlocked. So, especially if it was used against civilian industrial centers. That could conceivably lead to an escalatory cycle which would end the Russian state. So I leave the nukes out of this question. If you're talking more about a conventional campaign, no, not really. Russia obviously can't use artillery on most Ukrainian cities because they've withdrawn. They're not in artillery or rocket range of them. If you're talking about strategic aviation, not really. They've got something like 16 Tu-160 Blackjacks, which are their most impressive strategic bombers, and they've got 60 of those Tu-95s. Now, the Tu-95, the Bear, as a strategic bomber, is an impressive aircraft for what it is, but it's an old turboprop, and you're talking about flying these things into contested airspace to carpet bomb cities. Those are military balance 2021 figures, by the way, if you want to check them. That's not the sort of air force that can flatten Ukrainian industrial, residential, and military logistics centers. And most of these, in terms of their training and their weapons configuration, are designed as standoff weapons platforms anyway.
I sent him an email because I knew where he worked. So I sent him an email just saying, hey, we ran into each other and it was great chemistry. I could tell there was something there. And so I reached out and I was like, let me know when you want to have dinner sometime. What if he does anything?
But even if that wasn't the case,
you get those emails like, I'm stuck out here and I need $40,000.
We'll come back to this question.
I think he wants to live forever.
The commentators on the side often seem to Russia is getting mobile by not flattening or destroying Ukrainian sense of resistance with carpet bombing or massive application fire. My question is, does this actually achieve anything? After all, in some ways it's easier to defend rubble than intact buildings. I'm not sure what this actually achieves rather than massively ramping up civilian casualty counts. Then there's the point around Russia having a huge army that's not using. I addressed this point in my reservist video. This question really depends what you mean. Russia does have very large reserve forces, and they have Italian capital forces that haven't deployed. However, even though there were rumors of Russia doing something expensive and stressed around the edges, so you're allowed to pull up desperate reservists for training, you can't deploy them, but there's rumors they're going to pull them up and then pressure them to sign contracts so they can be deployed, for example. But those are all rumors at the moment. They come mostly out of the Ukrainian MOD. There's no sign in the public sphere that Russia is willing to go to a total wartime mobilization, call up its reserve base, roll out the reserve tanks, and charge this thing. That isn't there. And until that's there, no, Russia doesn't have a large army that it's not using.
Would you do another season
most of the ready available BTGs they have are employed. Absolutely. The ones that they haven't employed are doing critical tasks elsewhere, or
Do you still talk to Dylan O'Brien?
You can't strip the front facing Japan. You can't strip the front facing China. You certainly don't want to leave.
Was there anyone on the table of cast you had a crush
on? You don't want to pull the troops away from Moscow. Or St. Petersburg.
I had a crush on.
There's not much left, and if you send that out, then Russia's strategic vulnerability will be at a level that arguably hasn't been since the immediate aftermath before the Soviet
Did you love working with Lucy?
So usually this seems to be a result of a misunderstanding of Russian Federation manpower. It's usually people
Would you date Lucy Hale if you found out she had a crush
2 million reservists and saying, therefore, they only have 200,000 Ukraine, there must be a lot more where that came from. The answer is really, you have 150,000 plus the Navy, 150,000 plus the Air Force, you've got Australia, who's not all from the combat capable units, and some of the combat capable ones are in Ukraine, they're not tank units, and as for those reservists, they're a mixture of hypothetical and politically untenable. They have brought their best. Now, mobilization will fundamentally change this. If Russia does decide to flip the switch, call a war, and mobilize everything they've got, sure, different story. But that's not how this argument goes. This argument says that they have one ready to go, they don't. Then the next point is that they're showing
Did you just take my hat?
this is an interesting one because
There's nobody here. There's nobody here. Yeah, really funny. Really funny. You think that's okay? You guys think that's okay?
There were no polarizing artillery attacks and as before, the initial vanguard of Russian offensive were often polite underruns by roads, bypassing urban centers. We had Bombardier units being involved, we have light airborne units. They seem to be pulling a lot of punches and using light forces rather than the heavy artillery-based advance that you would expect of the Russian before the Soviet forces. But I would ask for evidence that this is still the case. Right now, we have lots of evidence of use of artillery, of MLRS systems, of cluster munitions against urban areas. We've got a lot of evidence that the BBS is flying missions using dumb bombs. I'm not sure how much more description you can get. They're dropping dumb bombs from fighter bomber aircraft, manually using coordinates that you write on a piece of paper and then navigate to using inertial navigation. And that's the situation they are in right now. Mariupol, other areas have been very heavily bombarded. So there are also alternative pieces to deploy here. Is Russia instead gated by logistical challenges? Remember, rocket ammunition is incredibly heavy. It takes a lot of trucks to carry reloads for a battery of grads, for example. So that's a bottleneck on how to fire that used. They've also got problems in terms of fire control and reconnaissance. But I'll concede here there's a lack of certainty. Russian artillery and Russian fires have certainly become more common in terms of what we've seen visual evidence of and reported evidence of from the Russian media, from the Ukrainian media, and from other open sources over the last few weeks. These fires have become more common, but we still don't know whether or not they are less than we might have expected. Challenges, fire control challenges, the Russians themselves are restrained how they use them. Certainly there are a lot of residents areas across Ukraine who would argue they are not in fact being that restrained. And if any of those alternative pieces hold water, if the logistical challenges are a factor, for example, then it's not something Russia can just fix overnight. So my final take on all of this is why do these arguments even matter? They don't really, because when you look at them all, except for the Russia has huge reserves, when you look at Russia despite Ukraine, Russia to be less discriminate, you're basically saying Russia could destroy a lot more Ukrainian buildings, infrastructure, and population if it chose to. The counter-argument I would put is, what would that achieve? There's tremendous historical precedence for the ability of
James Potter came from a wealthy wizard line, where Lily Evans was from an ordinary Muggle family. But what's the truth behind why the Potters were so rich? What happened to both of their families? Get ready for some
Germany under Allied
Harry
dominance
is
for
in
years
love with his
secured
mother
Korea,
and his
with the
father.
majority
When he
of
looks
those
into the
cities,
mirror of
most
Ersed, he
substantial
realizes his
majority
mom's
of
eyes are bright
substantial
green,
structures in
just like
Korea were
his.
destroyed during
Very
the
like your
Korean War,
father.
and yet the end of
Yeah,
it
of course.
war.
You have your
Vietnam, which endured linebacker,
But his messy hair makes him more closely
rolling
resemble his
tanks,
dad.
rolling
It's
gunmen.
not all about looks,
Far
though.
grander
It's the Quidditch skills
campaign
Harry
strategic
inherited from
destruction
James.
of infrastructure, territory, and civilian population than anything Russia can unleash on Ukraine. And those campaigns
Sirius Black and
succeeded
Remus
with
Lupin
major
both
success.
saw glimpses
I
of
did
James's
research
behavior in
on
Harry,
the
and
cost
Cerberus
efficiency,
Snape
the
certainly
hard
drew
economic calculus
uncomplimentary.
of the RAF and USAF bombing campaign on Germany during World War II.
When it comes to
And the
running,
evaluation was, yes,
This you
they
ask?
do
Oh, that's how would you think it is? They're just
yes, they
catching
do have some
snowflakes,
values
that's
from
all.
the
They're
military
awaiting a
perspective,
piping
but they
hot
would not have been
helping
decisive in
of
the
spaghetti. This is recontextualized an ancient image format that has stood the test of time. It's a funny way to show explicit content without showing any of the, graphic parts. It's not really safe for work, but I guess it's a little safer. Many films have been chopped and cut to just show the faces or, whatever else. We're unsure where this exactly started, but it was already a pretty popular format in like 2013 on Tumblr, where users would post props from homoerotic content. They're not doing anything inappropriate, they're just, trying to open the lid to a Jim peanut butter container. Yeah, it's really hard to open this one. This sort of format really spread around throughout the years, leading to a related format called It's So Big, where a girl is obviously reacting to a large quantity of salt in a salt shaker. Yeah, the original is of the actress Tori Black doing an almost proto-pogger to the camera with the aforementioned caption. You can use this for anything. Maybe it's a reaction image to a Lego Star Wars set. I don't know, nerds are trying to relate to it. This meme was spread around a lot in 2017, and there are many examples showing off its incredibly hyper-creative usage. I would personally just caption it with looking at memes for the meta irony points, anything for a slice of internet carnage. Another popular format that trickled down is the oath, put it back in screenshot, which shows actress Riley Reid, saying, oath, put it back in, which is an obvious reference to the pickle you just took out of the pickle jar that she really wants to save for later. This format was also pretty popular in 2017. Many captions can be added, like when you drop spaghetti out of pocket. Fun, what are you doing? This is 13 pages left. It's glad. Hey,
The flip side of this is Ukrainian consequences. The idea that after the victory of Kiev, the Russian army is essentially broken in Ukraine. And this argument, I understand, a sense of victorious elation, but it doesn't stand up to any degree of close control. Because at its heart is the assumption that just because the Russian army has been savage and has performed poorly to date, it can't learn and it can't reconstitute. And both of those are, I think, bad assumptions. The Russian army, or rather the Soviet army, humiliated itself in the opening stages of the Winter War. It did eventually learn its lessons, scale up, reconstitute, and close the issues. The VVS started the Great Patriotic War with terrible tactics and practices, but under fire and after horrendous losses, they learned from the Germans, they reconstituted, they replaced their pilots, their aircraft, they learned new tactics, they counterattacked, and ultimately they were victorious. Now, the key point here is that, yes, Russia is politically limited, but it does have a tremendous amount of capacity, if it chooses to exercise it, to reconstitute its forces, to learn and redouble its efforts. I was originally going to do a slide or two here on examples of how Russia could do so, things that I would think would be very, very well known to members of the Russian general staff, but I saw some opposition on previous videos doing hypotheticals on how Russia could fix problems it's having. What's interesting from a military perspective, skip it. I won't go into details for the steps. I will just settle for asserting in this case that Russia is a large country with a significant military industrial base with significant reserves that it can tap on if it finds the political will. The key point here is, will Russia decide it's at war, and will it do things like approve the budget, officially declare a national emergency, and allow it to override the industry and power? This is also a good point to talk about Ukrainian overclaiming, because he talks about Russian overclaiming. Look at it. I followed from MOD, just a Russian one. Now, if you cross-reference Ukrainian claims with losses, you see similar patterns emerging across system types. That is, many Ukrainian claims correspond with different losses. Russia claims are far more significant than the databases we have, so we're more confident most of them. In fact, for some systems like surface to missile launchers, we've actually confirmed something like 3 claims. Ukrainian claims 5 anti-aircraft warfare systems. We have visually confirmed 46 losses. As of the time that I did this so the gap in terms of aircraft allocated for most of the a major issue for the Russian system are very, very high. Ukraine claims 130 aircraft destroyed with a visual configuration. Now, it's interesting to say pattern eventually. In some ways, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of reasons that you would have overclaiming of aerial targets. Aerial targets would often crash outside your area, or you might see a hit, you might not know if the aircraft gets back successfully, missile, destroy something, lost a radar contact, evaded a missile. There's also reasons that kills of aircraft and helicopters are harder to confirm than, for example, losses on tanks. So a lot of these losses against tanks are being scored by ATGM. The Rex of the air. So, in terms of the baseline, we're reasonably confident that the Ukrainian overclaims because again, not every loss is going to be photographed and submitted through categorization, consideration, and RX or other open source measurements. So those blue bars are pretty safe measurements. Still, the Ukrainian claims quite possibly they certainly don't strengthen like Russian systems material. So the claims they have destroyed 70% of the Russian vehicles that have created are claimed as a radio. But we should still consider that maybe the Ukrainian. The other sort of sub-myth here I want to talk about deserves the coverage, and it has made it into the media, as you can see from the article, is the idea that Ukraine actually has more equipment now than when it started the war because of everything it's captured from the Russians. I think this is a result of really optimistic application of open source figures, the RX figures. People who just look at the number of Ukrainian tanks confirmed, which is 25 when I did the measure on 87, versus 182 tanks captured, clearly Ukraine has gained in tanks. Now, that is interesting. And yes, that's part of why the Tracks Brigade and the workshop and its businesses support the Ukrainian army is so important. Because capturing these vehicles, recovering them, repairing them, putting them back into service is key to maintaining Ukraine's firepower and also ground power. They also talk about the relevance of former Warsaw Pact states as used for not only providing prices, but providing repair parts and services to get these captured online again. But there's a lot of reasons that I would raise a serious eyebrow over these things being taken off. The first is capturing Russian vehicles are far more likely to be photographed, uploaded, categorized, and measured than the destruction of Ukrainian hardware by Russians. As it turns out, a lot of the Russians had their cell phones deployed to a lot of Ukrainians are not in a rush to categorize their own losses, whereas captures, you throw that camera out and put it on dragging photos, anything off the Telegram or whatnot, but not all of them make their way to sources like Oryx. They're harder to harvest. A lot of them do. And a lot of the harder so there is reasons for a question mark over how much above that the figures actually are. I think that 95 is probably too high. There's also major assumptions here that when you capture a bit hardware that's working, many of these captured vehicles, and remember, in Oryx, you can go and see every image of every captured vehicle. Click on it, see the image, check if it's been categorized incorrectly. You can do all of that. Many of the captured vehicles are shown stripped, damaged, or they're static, or they're shown being towed. So they've had all their ERA plates, all their electronics, their machine guns, and whatnot pulled off them. You have to wonder if the Ukrainians would have done that if the vehicle was in working order and could be sent straight back into action. More likely, they've taken the tank and they strip it of everything valuable because they don't think they're going to be able to get back to service immediately. A lot needs to happen get it somewhere that has access to the tools, the equipment, the spares, and the know-how to repair any damage that's done to it, refuel it, rearm it, you find yourself a crew that knows how to operate it, get it in there, get it to a unit to operate it, then you have an operational tank. It's also up to your So, while we can assume that captured pieces are the very least the source of spare parts for the Ukrainians, assuming a 1-to-1 capture to reoperational ratio isn't there. And I'm really worried about this. Well, A, the answer is always thanks. The answer is it's probably not as simple as saying we captured 182, we lost 95, how to assess who's winning. I want to stress I wasn't keen on attacking this question, but avoided it for but because there's pressure to answer it, people voted for me to answer it. My main point is I want to make a defensible assessment of how is goal here. What is Russia trying to achieve? And therefore, what would it take in order to achieve their goals? As opposed to doing so together, right? If Russia is about to achieve X, everyone is going to get X, they would be winning. And for the sake of this exercise, and to limit the amount of criticism, I'm going to take Russia at its word in terms of what it's stated in the objectives are. I'm not going to impute additional objectives in the case that Russia argue our objectives at their word. Those objectives are the demilitarization of Ukraine, the denazification of Ukraine, protection, liberation of Donbass, and two examples of those things. Yes, I do. But let's take them as they are. On this first point, demilitarization, the Russian MOD comes up with General Chenkov, I listen to him every day, he quotes is that it's not just about Ukraine's active military capability, it's about Ukraine's ability to reconstitute its military capability after it suffers loss. And by making this proxy war, where Ukraine has been able to engage support from the West, the Ukrainian military-industrial complex is no longer a bottleneck in their military capability. You can destroy every arms works in Ukraine. It doesn't matter because Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, the various rival various European giants, still active and still here. So even if it's left to every and the delivery of aid has intensified and debated. There's every reason to believe that the rate of delivery will eventually decrease over time. And the outside limits of that, this is why I really want to do a video on the prospects of Russia and the long war. The outside limits of what that trend looks like if you extrapolate it out in a realistic case is that Ukrainian militarization is now simply grows the capability of forces and contain. So even if you take the Russian MOD as their word here, in order to actually demilitarize Ukraine, it's not enough to just destroy their equipment. You can do one of three things. You can force Ukraine to accept, like by treaty, demilitarization. You sign an agreement, they put in its constitution to accept neutral, demilitarized status. Those two different things. You can be neutral and yet militarized. Demilitarized Ukraine, you need to agree not to have an army, not to have certain weapons. Do that. You need to put a lot of pressure on Ukraine to try to help you withdraw from Kiev. The second thing you can do is destroy the military industrial complex. That's the West, so pass. Right? Unless you want to start with you're in trouble taking Ukraine. The third option is to Ukraine exercise control and influence over the whole territory. Ukraine can't remilitarize the Ukraine is not public, which is one of the reasons why I come to this with this option. This is such an obvious whistle to the collective memory of the Great Patriotic War fighting against fascism. State that is in no way fascistic. But here is the different logical of the war of Russian art, and besides the fact that Ukraine isn't a pre-fascist country. If it was, if Russian bullshit was true, then have you really achieved your goal of speaking around the edges? If you are facing a fascist country, isn't the only acceptable outcome the removal of that government from power? So a retreat from Kiev, a move towards just securing the Donbass, is incompatible with the Russian bullshit argument. My simple contention is that if Vladimir Putin actually ethically, intellectually defensible position that he could be it's also the justification for the current regime of switching where Russia is moving away from Kiev and refocusing on that the Eastern Front, the Donetsk, Luhansk area of operations. But then you have to ask yourself the question: what is security for the Donbass? The main complaint that Russia has had is allegations of shelling of civilian areas. But if you're going to protect all of the Donbass from shelling, ostensibly, surely that means pushing the security perimeter out beyond the actual border of the Donbass, out beyond the range of, well, at the very least, gun artillery, but also long-range rocket systems, presumably. Otherwise, they're in the same threatened, inverted commas positions they were in April. And if you do create that security perimeter, what's the status of civilians within that perimeter? Do you care about their protection? Do you need to make a security perimeter be a security perimeter to make sure that people in the security perimeter aren't shelled? It's difficult to extrapolate exactly what this could be without a significant concession. So really, again, three options. Either they have a very different security perimeter demilitarized around or they have legal Ukrainian recognition of the status of the LNR. Will be this is not very the idea was that NATO standing behind NATO, that's correct. Russia, therefore, had to be attached to NATO. So this is presumably to take Russian the word about improving Russia's situation. Now, even in the case that Ukraine agreed to write neutrality into their constitution, I question whether or not this objective has actually been met in terms of protecting Russia's rights. We've already seen Finland and Sweden rapidly switch their positions towards joining NATO, away from positions of avowed neutrality. Russia's frontage with Finland would be a security nightmare. Finland puts NATO right on the doorstep of St. Petersburg. It's a long border that Russia would then have to garrison and watch. Finland and Sweden are major and capable military powers that will be tremendous assets to the NATO alliance. They also have predictably invigorated Western opposition. Germany is armed. Western powers are going to invigorate the military complexes. The number of US troops permanently stationed in eastern Europe will increase, and we may see further commitments in the days, weeks, even if you succeeded in dominating Ukraine, the net security result of this conflict is reducing the sensitivity of NATO Russia. This war is already underway. If any of these factors exist, Finnish and Swedish potential membership of NATO, German rearm, Western reinvigoration, that again, even if you accomplish the goal in Ukraine, Ukraine to write neutrality of its constitution, is that the only reinvent themselves somewhere down the line, that a government isn't going to run for election in Ukraine on a revanchist platform and basically say that whatever they signed is the new Treaty of Versailles, rip it up and try and join an alliance anyway. The long-term improvement in Russian security just isn't there in any case in this situation. It's one of the reasons why invading from a strategic perspective was a bad shit. Only plan costly for the world. Couple of realities, Ukraine was under a public government, and if, as a result of a really short state of the war, the West mostly Ukraine's objectives too, probably not in immediate reach, depends on how they define discussion. Ukraine victory as final security. But Russia's goals unambiguously relied on either some sort of capitulation or a significant surrender of Ukrainian sovereignty over points of neutrality, NATO membership, the secession of territories, legal secession Neither of those now the Russian forces withdrew Ukrainian political system policies yet is inconsistent with one of Russia need to have to achieve its objectives. It's also inconsistent with their killing. So they have destroyed a lot less ambiguous than else. Here, the numbers stack up. That will be the next video. That much of what this war looks like. But if pressed, I think pressed, answer the question who is winning. Many of the lawyers answer. Russia is not in a position to realistically achieve its stated objectives across a reasonable period of time. Let me hear me say it. I'll say it, but the other one will be able to recognize Russia's not winning this war. And no matter how you grab the arguments or mythology around it, Russia is in a worse position now in terms of achieving its objectives as we go. They might say that I'm not saying it's impossible for Russia to reposition themselves to undergo a big shift. The war is full of uncertainty. We're looking at it right now. The retreat from Kiev, with the lost leaders officially confirmed what they are, the status of economic support from other countries, the prospects of Russia achieving the objectives that it stated it wanted to achieve. It's entirely possible they walk away and claim they've won. I talked about that at the start. There's a lot of ways to construct an argument that they have won. But if you take them at their word on what they were seeking to achieve, they're not going to achieve I'm going to continue to do defensive strategies through content. So getting back to the roots and second, I do want to reinvent some of the game content going forward. I haven't forgotten about it. But I'm also very aware that people who have subscribed to this channel are largely not here for the game content. That 90% of you have joined since the started, and as a result, it seems only fair to split the channel up. Now, and occasionally new series. Then, I do the Patreon. People serve both classes of content. So if you want to support either thank you again for your Thank you again for your amazing support, and you'll hear from me again soon.
3 things they don't teach you in school that they should. Law edition. Had too much to drink and thinking about sleeping it off in your car? Don't have your keys on you because they might use that to say you wanted to drive. Keep your keys locked up away so you don't get locked up. Make it an important business decision. Get a lawyer. It may cost you more money now, but it will save you more money later. And know this about insurance companies. You may pay them, but they usually look for ways not to pay you. So don't let them treat you like a punk. 3 things. Have you ever used a ratchet where you got into such a tight space you couldn't even tighten or loosen that fastener? Well, this is a new product. These are a couple different ratchet sets that are actually toothless, and therefore it makes it extremely easy to tighten. This one is from Snap-on, and it doesn't even tighten or loosen the bolt at this point. But with this new style system that he's going to show you momentarily right here, it actually tightens and loosens the bolt with just a 1 degree. That's pretty incredible when you're in tight areas.
You want to stop me? You're going to have to fucking kill me!
Senior Fellow of the Intelligence Project of the Delaware Center for Science and International Affairs at Harvard Kennedy School. She's also the former Deputy Director of the National Intelligence for Mission Integration Office of Director of National Intelligence.
It's a fact or statistic that seems fake, but it's real. I'll go first. When you buy art, it counts as an expense. Wealthy people understand art is one of the last unregulated frontiers of taxes. Guess what? It's deductible. Let's say you earn $100,000 and you blow it all on a piece of art, but your expenses and income show it that you have no taxes.
Here's where it gets fun for you. 2 years later, that same piece of art is worth $2 million. And you decide to donate it to a museum or your own art foundation. Now, assuming you still make $100,000 a year, you just saved yourself $900,000 tax deductible. Is a fact.
Talk to you about the story of the crystal skulls.
There were 13 heads, and it was reported that the Navajo, the Anasazi, the Mayans, the Aztec head, each had one.
What did the indigenous people say? They said they found them.
The Navajo say they came from the Star Children. They think they were brought down and deposited and given to them. The most famous one is the Mitchell Hedges skull, which was found in the Yucatan by Anna Mitchell Hedges. She reached into a cave. She was with her grandfather. He had a skull. The Hewlett Packard Indians in the 60s. They said it could not have been built by tools. It would have been cracked or destroyed. It had to have been polished. Hundreds of years. There's one in Mexico City. It's one like one of our minis. It's got a cross right on the top of it. That would shatter a crystal if you did that. How that cross got there, I don't know. The woman at the Smithsonian, he says they're all fakes. Wait a minute. If they're all fakes, how did they get to these different places around the world and how were they found?
I'm talking to you about struggling to increase your bench press. One effective exercise that can help you increase the weight you bench is the pin press. Here's how it works. Set the safety bars high at the weights you struggle with. Starting with the barbell on the safety bar, press the weight up and down again. Move the safety bar lower and lower as you get stronger over time until you can finally press starting from your chest. Struggling to increase your bench press? One effective. We just sold a house to Open Door. This just in, inflation just hit 8.5%.
My hair make me get hard. Take it. Hold my hair when I shake. Take. This ass better than basic. Take. You know I kind of place do a bitch real nasty. I'm done, nigga. I'ma shake big homie. My hair make me get.
Understand, ladies and gentlemen, inflation makes the rich extremely rich. The middle class will pay higher taxes, and the poor will get poor because they're the ones who can't afford the $25 flat wagyu steak that my friends are selling. If you understand what's going on,
So it might be. They covered with 10 minutes or some
so here Costco sees me 12 it.
Do you use financing or hard money to purchase a fix and flip, or should you use all cash to purchase a fix and flip? Some people, if they do have the cash, let's say you have $300,000, might think that it's more lucrative to buy that property all cash as opposed to splitting it up and buying multiple properties and combining it with hard money. So we used 60 fix and flips within the past 2 years that we did, and we combined them into a data set that we used financing with and ones that we bought all cash. And we found that the returns using hard money was almost 75%, whereas the returns with using all cash was only 18%. So for example, if you have $300,000 and you want to use all that cash to buy one property, you could turn that 300 into 350. Or you can take that 300, divide it into 3 and buy 3 different properties, and you can turn that 300 into 525,000 with a 75% return. Did you use
Whatever get into your mama session with your mama. Me and my mama watching that show, your mama. If you have some favorite tricep exercises that you do in your training, I've enjoyed these and I want you to have them. First, close grip easy bar decline press popularized by Bill Casper. Don't think of this as a full press. More so imagine that you've locked your pecs and shoulders into position and you're just extending the bar out 3/4 of the way with your triceps low. Next is superset starting. Here you might have some favorite. You want to control here is a biomechanically intelligent push workout to get you to the worst chest.
I missed it. Real estate with no money on a
See the jaguar tripping out on ayahuasca? The jaguar high on DMT. It's a trip. You watch this jaguar eat these leaves, or they're eating the ayahuasca vine. It's having some sort of psychedelic effect on them. The jaguars eat these leaves, and then you just lining them up. Their pupils are dilating. They're tripping balls, like obviously tripping balls. Like to see a jaguar rolling around on the floor in the middle of the jungle after eating leaves. It's very strange. Look at him. He's tripping. So this jaguar, he seeks out these plants, eats them, and then he's just lying there like.
kind of things that aren't about food chemicals, but they're about, kind of
The thing about people that take that ayahuasca too is they see jaguars. It's part of the vision. Jaguars that are out there tripping balls too. Ever see the jaguar?
And,
I think the key to waking up to the fact that most people realize is that I have an unwinding routine that starts at 9 p.m. So I'm very disciplined and regimented about winding down. Nobody ever would play a game without warming up. It's amazing that you think you go to sleep without warming down. Do you push the boulder all the way up the hill all day long and wake up tomorrow morning and it's at the bottom of the hill? Then you're not doing things right. So start your regimen the night before your tomorrow starts today by unwinding.
Okay, guys, this is what I live in. Let's talk about it. This is an RV, and this is what it was before. This is it after. That's me. You do not need any experience in remodeling. I say that because I had zero experience in remodeling. I didn't want to spend all my money on rent, and I didn't want to invest in a house. So I invested in a fifth wheel and remodeled it. It was super huge, and all my friends said it was bigger than an apartment. The most I've ever spent on rent was $640 with everything included. Then I found another spot only paying $500 per month with everything included. And now I pay $0 because I made a deal with the owner, which is something a lot of stationary people do. Now, you do not need to buy a truck to pull this. This is where the truck would connect. This is the fifth wheel. We had a truck at first, but we were stationary and never moved anywhere, so we hired a company, sold our truck. Anytime we needed to move, we just hired a company or asked a friend. So, no, you do not need to invest in a truck. Before you say, no, this loses value, can't get any money off of it, we did profit off of this. Okay, guys, this is what I live in.
If you knew who was really behind Bitcoin, really behind websites you should know, part 143. If you're trying to learn something new but you don't know where to start, just go to this web. This is how I turned $13,000 into websites you should know, part 143. This is how I turned $13,000 into $170K in 60 days. I bought this duplex in Little Rock for $13,500. I got this awesome contractor to fix it up for $40,000 while I was back home in Austin, Texas. I didn't have the money for the $40K, so I borrowed the $40K with a loan from a hard money lender. After it was fixed up, we got it rented for $13.50 per month. I went to the bank and got a new loan on the house, and they said it was worth $170K. They gave me a new loan on the house for what it was worth now. I paid off the hard money lender and ended up with $27,000 tax-free and a property that makes me $300 per month passively. But it gets even better. I'm going to use the $27K to buy 2 more houses just like this. This is known as the burst strategy. Follow to learn step by step. This is how I turned $13,000 into $170K in 60 days. Things we will do at the gym. Completely tripped. Dude, on July 15th, on my phone, just agreed. 30 seconds. Just agreed.
Operation for another couple of years and probably gotten there. What do you think happened? Or do you think that that's too simplistic of an assessment on my part, Mark? I think the problem is this, that although we often regard Putin as this great geopolitical grandmaster of three-dimensional chess, he's not. He's essentially an opportunist, and in many ways I don't think he thoroughly understands the 21st century. It's a trivial point, but we know that he doesn't have a smartphone, that he believes the internet was invented by the CIA and such like. And he has been the beneficiary of the fact that this has been generally a period of crisis, transition, and often legitimacy, which he's been able to exploit. I think this is really demonstrated, I think. Maybe take maybe 1, maybe 2 people out with it. Like, I'm sure it will work. I'll give you guys a moment. Hip RPPSH. So we got some chows going on. What's up, Jay? Yo, Kurt, I'm gonna have to get this sniper AMAX going for me because low E, I never heard of such a thing. Yeah, bro, I'm about to get robbed. Why, it is the other mag. Oh, it's not tight grip. Leap. I mean, hey, I'm winning. I'm about to be even extra turn. Yeah. Done. We out. We get y'all loaded. You're loading and go crazy, boys. I believe in you. Open it up there. There it is. There it is. Things are opening up here. Things are indeed opening up here for us. We got no cash off them though. They are broke. That's tough to see. Need those guys to get some thumbs up. I need my man Orange to buy you a Vita. That would low-key be a miracle. Bro, oh my gosh. Bro. No. Take it easy. Yo, I need a buff on this fire rate, bro. And we get a fire rate buff. Hey, yo. I'm sorry, but if you use Claymores and Rebirth, man, I want to say some naughty things, guys. I really do. I'll be a good man today, though. I'm not going to do that shit. I'll be a good man. Be a good person today. I mean, truthfully, I really thank you, man. What's the ammo on the Amy? So I'm pretty sure we have Nerf bullets in it right now. So this stream is actually sponsored by Nerf or Nothing. So we do have the Nerf bullets in it at the moment. Trying to make some things happen. There it is. Pursuit. 740 there. Why did he do it like that? He's the dude. Damn. Okay, Amy. Okay, Miss Amy. Amy out here doing her thing. You get involved here. All right, well, let's take it easier. Let's take it easy. Amy's doing her thing, but I don't know if she's doing it like that. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Hey, what's up, Dad? What's good, big dog? Hey, like I said, nerve for nothing. And I said nerve for nothing right there. Hold on here. Hey, I'm sorry. No way we're gonna get that res off, right? I should have bought an air strike low key. I'm trying, Reezy. And we got Sequoia out here making plays. I mean, you do hate to see that kind of stuff happen, man. That's tough, though. And man, I hope you guys all keep that guy in your thoughts tonight for you go to bed, okay? Can we all just collectively keep that guy in our thoughts tonight, man? It's so sad. You guys have any day, okay? You know what? Sheesh! Go big body! Oh, yeah, I don't know. Wait, you back? No! Wait, what happened? Who killed him? Wait, what happened? Who just killed that guy? No, Sean, he's not for proxy room. Yeah. We're down bad. Oh my god, I got a whole team running bus with this Amy.
It seems like I got some people that want me to go back to Warzone, but I got 2 numb fingers after my medications, alright? And I don't really feel like getting carpal tunnel by slide canceling for 24 million years, so I don't know.
Today I'm going to try and become a millionaire in an MMO without actually playing the game and using only my qualifications as an economist to destroy the entire economy of Final Fantasy XIV. Because yes, instead of questing and playing the storyline and probably becoming a cat girl, I will be studying the market boards and causing a data center-wide hyperinflation event. So let's see how fast I can make $1 billion in the laziest way possible because, of course, come on, I'm British. How can you expect me to put in the work when I can just steal it from others? It's going to be fantastic. Right, welcome into the glorious world of Final Fantasy XIV. We're of course playing as the legendary Chief Bezos, who currently only has 21,696 gil, which is this in-game universe's currency of choice. Now here's the problem, 21,000 gil is not enough. How on earth are we even meant to be scraping by with a living if we have just 21,000 gil? Now of course, in order to pull off this exploit, you don't need to be a max level character. You don't need to have a huge guild of friends. No, a brand new single individual at level 20 with no prior experience of this video game is going to have all of the necessary powers to become wealthier than all of the top guilds in this game combined. It's just going to take a little bit of creativity. So what do you need to pull this exploit off? Well, namely, you need to reach the part of the game where you can start to hire retainers. The game, of course, is very fun. And heck, you can even get to this point for free using the game's trial system, so you don't even need to pay to pull off this exploit. Anyway, now that we can start hiring retainers, we're going to want to hire ourselves 2 retainers. You can hire more if you actually throw money at the game, but we do not need to do that. 2 retainers is going to be enough. So we're going to hire 2 retainers, and these lovely people are going to be interns that are going to be generating us copious amounts of money. And so naturally, we're going to make them tiny little children, because I find the greatest unwilling volunteer is a small child, simply because they're much less likely to put up a fight when you're giving them horrific work conditions. So here is our lovely first intern. They shall be intern Steve. Yes, fantastic. Now we shall hire the legendary intern Steve. And there we go. Intern Steve is now our lovely retainer, and we can summon him at any point, and we never have to pay him. It's glorious. And best of all, he doesn't even cost money to buy. Oh dear, this feels morally dubious. Anyway, we're going to hire another retainer, because the more the merrier. Best of all, he's going to look absolutely identical. This shall be intern Bob. Lovely, right. Intern Steve and intern Bob are 2 lovely interns to make money. So we have our 2 interns, but what are we going to be doing today? Well, we're basically going to be destroying this server's economy. And the reasoning is very simple. Final Fantasy is a massively popular MMO, but it has gained its huge popularity in recent months, largely due to the decline of World of Warcraft, which to many, of course, could be a sad thing, but to us is a glorious business opportunity, because these ex-WoW players have now flooded into Final Fantasy, and namely, these ex-WoW players don't play Final Fantasy like normal Final Fantasy players. Most importantly, they're ignoring large parts of the game. They're not doing as much fishing, they're not doing as much gathering, and they're largely preferring to play on the PvP-focused servers like Famfrit here, and they love servers like Famfrit. There's just one minor problem. Due to the fact that they enjoy servers like Famfrit and their playstyle is very different to most other players, these bad boys have massively inflated the market, as they've been flooding gold into this server without the supply of goods increasing. That means that items that would normally cost 1 gold on a different server suddenly on this server cost, say, 20 gold. This huge economic disparity, of course, exists massively on the marketplace, where items on the Famfrit marketplace are listed at massively inflated prices in comparison to other servers on the exact same data center. Now, these servers we can access instantaneously. There is no cost to moving between the servers. However, on different servers, the items are listed on their local server marketplace, and there is no way to see what across the world the market price is at, unless, of course, you're using market board information like we are here. And this allows us to see that the humble sea pickle, ladies and gentlemen, whilst it is listed on our local marketplace and retailing at an astronomical 999 gil, it is actually available in Lamia for just a humble 263 gil. In fact, we could buy 11 of these bad boys for 263 gil or less, and then list them right here at 99 gil each, and turn ourselves a massive profit. But how on earth do we gain access to these items? Well, very simply, we just need to move to Lamia. So effectively, what we're able to do is travel from our world of Famfrit to the world of Lamia, buy ourselves large quantities of fish at cheaper prices, and then list them at local prices here in Famfrit, where the expected value of that fish is at 1,000 gil rather than 200 gil. And then we can repeat this process over and over again. But best of all, we're not breaking breaking any rules here, and in fact we're providing a service because we're buying the item at the expected price that the seller is listing it in their local economy and then selling it actually below the expected market value in Fanfrit. We can undercut the local sellers by importing fish from outside of this world. And best of all, this is something that happens in the real world every single day. For example, if you really wanted to, you could go straight to, say, India and buy yourself a pint of milk. Now, chances are, due to currency conversions, that pint of milk is going to be sold a lot cheaper than if it was in the UK. However, you can't pick up that pint of milk in India after you've bought it, then ship it to the UK and sell it for more, because you, of course, have to pay to transport it. You have to pay import and export taxes. Consequently, it's not a profitable business model. But here in a video game, there is no import and export taxes. There is no cost of logistically moving it from one world or the next. I simply have to walk from that market board there to that giant crystal there, a process that takes, well, about 10 seconds. This means using real-world economical structures and business models, we're able to absolutely destroy video game economies. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing today on a gigantic scale, because this 21,000 gil is pathetic. It's a terrible amount of money, and we're going to make it terribly large. But of course, whilst I could do this all by myself, it's best to play an MMO with friends. So I'm going to be conscripting some of my favorite interns today, and they're going to be assisting me in cornering the market, as we're going to see just how much money this absolute scrub of a character, Jeff Bezos, can make by manipulating the market. So let's begin. Welcome to the Free Company headquarters, Waltz & Co.
Hey guys, it's finally done. Does it again with these amazing levels, amazing boss designs, just the story they created. But it's a lot of side content, the fucking chariots, man, and experience, especially for new players like me. I think that it's really strange. But there's one thing, so just we're gushing about it, and I highly recommend it. Some amazing boss battles, probably the best boss battles I've played in a year, multiple years, ever. I don't know how it compares to the previous Dark Souls games, so I don't know if those bosses. It does make me interested to go back and maybe now that I never completed it. I could go. So I just don't really have time. There's so much game stuff. Now that we've gushed about it, let's also turn on our critical things. Because I do think there are a few things that I think the game is a little weak on. There's some reused bosses, but that's easily forgiven considering how much content is in the game and honestly I think some of it is intentional to show you the progression, how far you've come. Like, do you remember when this guy was killing you 17 times in a row, you don't want to play it no more, and now he's back with a slight variation, and the previous one looks like child's play.
And on the scale for all the role games, we play almost all of them. This is one of the better ones as far as not overly reusing some.
It's 18 to 16. Appreciate going between the ages of 18 and 24 is that sweet spot. So regardless of how old it is, men like younger, more attractive women. That's just the unfortunate reality. As a matter of fact, earlier in the show, I asked the ladies what's your age, and they were willing to give it. Why? Because you guys don't want to admit being well. And your value is derived by how old you are, which is why I didn't want to disclose it so we can prove it before from your non-compliance earlier. I don't feel like older men, but older men who are looking for younger women.
But if you are younger than that, if we're looking for older men, then we're just younger than that.
I'm not saying that they can't be gay for men, but if you give a man
the option,
choose a younger one.
if it's for one day or for like a longer term, for a longer time. A longer time, they're not going to be. The younger
secretary that's really hot, and the wife that's old is like, all right, well, Mary, you be good to me, but Jackie over here is good. I'm going to kill you. Because older women, you're stuck in your ways. You have a certain, way that you move about things, and you're going to be less compliant with men. And men don't want to have disparate women. Men want proper and submissive women. I term to use nowadays. Remember, ladies, submissive is 100% your product. It's not a forced thing. Submission actually, if anything, shows strength because it shows that you trust your man to let him lead. Because let's keep it a stack. Relationships don't work when a woman's in a leadership position with the husband. It doesn't work.
To agree, I agree with him to an extent. I don't know about you ladies, but would you prefer your man to basically tell you to sit your ass down and shut up than to be like, do whatever you want, babe. It's fine. I'm gonna sit down. You're gonna yell like she's supposed to. Well, you know, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, but I know that you're those randoms and like, well, but yeah, if I was tweaking and I'm like, okay, like I'm going too hard, and my man was like, not doing anything, like, oh, I can run him down basically. Like I can do whatever I want. He has no balls. Like he's a pussy. I can't do it. I can do whatever I want. It depends on the man. It's like law of nature. You're not gonna be submissive to a little weasel. You know what I mean? He's resistant to the line of the jungle. I don't feel like they are the leader in their midsection, and they feel entitled to that submission when they're not a leader.
You know what? I will look at this count. A lot of guys expect women to be compliant, submissive, and they want to be fucking dogs. I agree with you. You can't lead unless you're leading by example. Right? I'm saying at the end of the day, women aren't going to submit unless they see you as worthy of submitting to and following your lead. You gotta have your shit together before you lead. What I am saying is that a lot of women are naturally combative, non-cooperative, etc. And a lot of guys aren't going to want to deal with it. They're just like, fuck this, and just move on to the next girl who tends to be younger, more attractive, a little bit more naive, easy, etc. And it's not because she's young and dumb, guys. It's because men understand that a woman that is wholesome is going to give you a headache and make your life miserable. And men don't want to deal with that. Every guy going afraid the world anyway, like I told you guys before. Men must become and they must create their value. So why would a man create this value come home to a woman that's going to
I agree. I just said, look at the Bible. Like, you know, for a little man, that's true. That's true.
So that's right. I'm just telling you guys what men really want. So this is why when they're older, you know, if a woman isn't married by the age of 45, the chance of being married or like is very high. Like, Proverbs 19:13 says, "A close wife is like a close dripping."
Do you feel like that happens? Like, for example, I feel like a lot of women don't know, especially nowadays, don't know how to deal with men because a lot of homes are missing that father figure. So maybe I don't know. That shouldn't happen. Just with women to teach them, but I feel like that's kind of part of why sex is an issue. Like, nobody teaches them how to, you know what I mean? Right.
So a lot of guys have to be taught to men because society has kind of dumbed them down and they're very beta, which means for example they're like pussies. So you're right. Some guys simply shouldn't even be in a relationship because they're not ready for it. But this way, we have this podcast, we're forcing our partners because teaching men to be. So you mentioned earlier, why is he going to sit there and take a 30-year-old woman and try to teach her how to become more compliant or more dutiful girlfriend or whatever maybe when you can find a girl that's younger that's going to be, you know,
He shouldn't. I'm saying he shouldn't. I think he shouldn't. It's just a lot of men are missing in the home, so mothers are training and teaching their daughters how to fill that gap because there's no men at home. So some women don't know how to deal with that situation. So
I'm just saying that it's not that man's problem to fix that problem. Those guys are not going to do it. That's what you think. It's a one day. It's not every time. But they're going to, I'm not saying you in particular, but I'm saying like if a man needs a masculine woman, he's like, all right, I'm going to fuck this chick and not take her serious. You know what I'm saying? Or boss babe or whatever it may be. I mean, you know, just so I can put things in perspective for the ladies, let's go around the table. So, or actually, you know, we don't even have to go around the table. Hypothetically speaking, I know I'm not in any today's sex after today's conversation, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? So, let's imagine we're like, do what I and have your time. I'm kind of like, right? So, anyway, I come up to you and I'm married.
Minions have spawned.
What the hell is going on the computer right now? An enemy has been slain.
An ally has been slain. Executed.
He's gonna swing, but he does the half a frame. He stutters and then roll like an idiot. I got you. And you just have to learn
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What is the worth of a soul? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, man. That isn't it. You don't have to pay I see the way he's fighting bosses.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Turret plate mutation.
It's not challenging. So I made the number yesterday. So it's like I put in so much blood and then why it's like and so this is I
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. turret has been destroyed. Slain an enemy. Rampage. Unstoppable. Double kill.
Oh.
Dominating. Shut down. Godlike. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Prepare your way there. Translate what you train on that one. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Is rotation important, but you still kill monsters. You're also mega mystic Jennifer, Hunter, Elden Ring is open world Dark Souls. It's
So they didn't need my pump up there. That's it. Everyone seems to love it. Every single game now wants just like Breath of the Wild 4. And the just like Dark Souls comments have now entered an insane surprise phase of powerful with the addition of Elden Ring. But the game also sucks because like one of the issues, and I don't have to worry about sugarcoating the instructions of these things in the way that so all you can do is pile off the loss of game over here. There's a lot of things you can only get that fight right because if not, if you're only halfway through, then perhaps you don't understand why I say that a game this astoundingly impressive sucks.
Double kill.
So,
Victory.
so jarring that I soured on the series going forward. Were so good that they survived that descent. This one is going to be spicy. There are going to be spoilers. Don't watch it until you play the game yourself. Is Elden Ring a masterpiece? Yeah, probably, but it's a shattered one.
For people, homes were built for banks. The bank created that product to sell money. You can't just loan people money. You need a product in between.
Elden Ring is similar to another.
Like when people start really understanding what I'm telling them, they're like, wait, what did you just say? The bank can't lend money for just money. Like you need a reason to borrow money. Oh, you're starting a business. That's a reason, but it's really risky for the bank. What if a bunch of bankers sitting around drinking bourbon? We need to lend more money. We gotta lend money out, man. That's how we make money. We get people to give us $1. We lend it out 9 times. No one should buy.
It's
a list of quotes from people trying to explain the meaning of art. The number one dictionary definition of skill acquired by experience, study, or observation is wrong according to almost all artists and philosophers. Most of them define such a thing as a craft or a technical ability. Pablo Picasso said art.
You can turn your rental property into a big ass credit card. I got this fun. We can talk about fix and flips. Dude, let's jam on fix and flips. There's people out there that will buy a house, they will renovate it, they'll fix it up, they'll dump a bunch of money in, and then they want to sell it for more. And I'll tell you, there's a difference between people that are good at it and people that are bad at it. The people that are really proud at fix and flips, they pretend emotionally like the house is theirs. They're inexperienced. They're going to want to put granite. They're going to want to upgrade that house. They want to drop in like brand new roof. But you know what the smart one will do? Barrett. What they're actually going to do is they're going to say the other houses in the neighborhood that have sold in the last 6 months, what did they have in the kitchen? Oh, they had tile. They didn't have granite. We're only putting tile in because if I put in granite, I'll pay more and I won't get that money out. A pro only adds the value to the home based on what everyone else is doing, because if you dump in more money, you ain't never going to see that.
You got kids, you need a unit that's tougher than your grandpa's walk to school. We've got you covered. Walkable units are great. This one is runnable, so Kylie and Kira can burn off all the energy they'd like. The bathroom is lengthy, like the Titanic. Dual sinks, so Kate and Jack can both fit comfortably. Luxury sliding doors reveal an immaculate bedroom featuring our favorite electronically tilting gel-top king bed. I swear, Dustin is smoother than aloe vera. If we make it out to the main living space, you'll see that the kitchen is open, and look at that island boy next to the 4-seat recliner across from an entertainment center that's perfect for both Super Bowl Sunday and Coco Melon. The garage and patio are big enough for the cart narcs to do urban survival training. The loft atop the ladder is perfect for thing 1 and thing 2, but grown-ups can also comfortably catnap. Below is a half bath so you can wash your hands before you high-five your friends. And there's double bunk and seating that roll down from the ceiling. We call this unit Torque because it's so strong it can open the pickle jar in the first try. The awning's bigger than Riri's umbrella, and there's enough storage for 21 seasons of Grey's Anatomy or the pilot episode of Yellowstone. Griddle grill combo so you can breaky flex on the family. If that egg was real, it'd be the best egg ever made. When you got kids, you need a unit that's tougher than your grandpa's walk to school. We've got you covered. Walkable units are great. This one is runnable, so Kylie and Kira can burn off all the energy they'd like. The bathroom is lengthy, like the Titanic. Dual sinks, so Kate and Jack can both fit comfortably. Luxury sliding doors reveal an immaculate bedroom featuring our favorite electronically tilting gel top king bed. I swear, Dustin is smoother than aloe vera. But make it out to the main living spaces. Open and look at that island boy. See your hair crop and it's found the perfect remote super cool Sunday and Coco Melon. At your picking up for the partner, ladders for thing one thing too, but grown-ups can also comfortably cat nap. Below is a half bath so you can wash your hands before you high-five your friends. And there's double bunk and seating that roll down from the ceiling. We call this unit torque because it's so strong you can open the pickle jar in the first try. The awning's bigger than Riri's umbrella, and there's enough storage for 21 seasons of Grey's Anatomy or the pilot episode of Yellowstone. Real programmable so you can breaky flex on the family. If that egg was real, it'd be the best egg ever made. When you got kids, you need a unit that's tougher than your grandpa's walk to school. We've got you covered. Walkable units are great. This one is runnable, so Kylie and Kira.
We now return to Home Alone with competent robbers. Hey, be careful, there's cars on the floor here.
Thanks. That's weird, huh?
Yeah, the doorknob was really hot, but I just let go instead of holding onto it.
And there's some ice on the stairs to the basement, so I guess just don't go down there.
Just so you guys know, I have a tarantula.
Well, now there are no witnesses. We now return.
I just found out the highest paying jobs without a degree. I just found out the
Boss Hammer's new full titanium made in the USA hammer with their patent.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds to convenience spawn. An enemy has been slain. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Eternity we shall spend together.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
What is the word?
An enemy has been slain. Rampage. Killing spree.
Walk once more.
Unstoppable.
Relax. Just let you go. The sweet tones of misery.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy killing spree. Dominating. The enemy has been slain. Godlike. has destroyed a turret. Turret plate will fall soon. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
What is the word?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Legendary.
Eternity we shall
team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage. Victory.
Yeah, you did. Hey, how are you? This one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the one. How much of that web do you know? I know a lot. You know a lot? So hard. I learned the words because I liked this guy in high school, and I was like, next time I go to that dance, I'm going to know every word. I'm going to make sure he sees me lip syncing it, and I'm going to catch his eye, and I'm going to like say the words, and he's going to like me. And sadly, it worked. Wow. So, could we have a little bit of the rap for you? I mean, can you buy the Are you going to play it? I think would you like it? Would you like it to be played and join in, or would you rather just do a solo? Does anyone else hear this song? Okay, I'll do the first one, and then I'll if I feel like it too. Yes, I need music to do this. I'm gonna humiliate myself. I need some beats. Give me some beats, yo. If we could give Ms. Bullock the beats that she's requested. Oh, so you're gonna give me the lyrics to show that I know them? No, you will know. I said hip hop, baby, to the hip hop, you don't stop the rock to the bang bang. You say up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. Now what you hear is modern sex. I'm a rapping to the beat, and me, the group, and my friends are gonna try and put your feet. See, I am Wonder Mike, and I'd like to say hello to the black, to the white, the red, and the yellow. Of course, like that. Bang bang. A few more of the lyrics. Some of the bridges I got lazy and I felt they were unnecessary in my luring of the man in so you I got lazy. So I did a lot of that. But he knows all the bridges. With that big voice. He brings that on too. Yeah. And then he gets all, oh brother, we're out on you. And he just. You know what? I was thinking about you. I was thinking about some of the best films I've seen you in. A couple of films which didn't hit as much. Maybe you mean the stinkers? Well, one or two, but not many. And you know what was a remarkable year? I thought there was a film come out called It's All About Steve. Oh, one of my favorites still. It's going to become a cult classic in about another 4 years. So that came out and you won an award. People awarded that, and it's all subjective, of course, but they said this is the worst film ever made. Yes, yes. And what I loved about Sandra Bullock is you turned up to accept that award. Yes, and then they took it back. Apparently, I took the original award, and I go, well, what else am I supposed to take? So they gave me it's called the Razzie. So I accepted that with great flair. Here's the thing, that's the same year, a little later that year, the Blind Side came out. The Blind Side, for which you won the Oscar. One of the best movies, certainly, of the last. You don't necessarily know, but it's the 20 killed the last. You don't.
You're a 50K employee looking to figure out how you can make more money. Before you go for your next interview, do this. So what most people don't know is that most businesses would love to pay people less of a base salary and more variable compensation, but they know that most employees don't actually want to take that. Here's the thing. If you go into a place and they're saying the base salary is 65 grand, you can come in and say, what if I take 50 and then I have variable compensation up to 90 or 100 grand based on the performance of my department or my part of the company or my role? You're a 50K employee looking. I think it's possible to retire before the
to live in and for you to house hack. Year 2, you take those savings and you buy a single-family investment property that you rent out. Year 3, you refinance that first house hack. You then go out and buy another rental property with the savings, and then you then go out and buy another owner-occupied house hack with those savings as well. Year 4, from all the savings, you buy 2 more rental properties, and year 5, from all the savings.
It's about dick, it's about penis, men are from Mars, but I'm from Venus. Put in the buttons, pick up. We gon' suck their dicks off. We gon' love them. We gon' suck their dicks off. It's about dick. Hold on to your seats because China is experiencing the greatest COVID outbreak since the beginning of the pandemic right now. 26 million people in China are locked down in their homes in the cities of Chongqing and Shenzhen.
If you own a property prior to marriage, that property is your separate premarital property and is not.
I make around 50 to 70 to 80K a month doing e-commerce.
Wait a minute, you're making $50,000 a month at 16 years old?
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes, sir. I do e-commerce, so I run drop shipping websites through Shopify. I do eBay or Amazon to eBay arbitrage, and just a bunch of like various side hustles, and that usually go through the internet. I got a little bit over 300,000.
So you've been doing this for 4 or 5 months, 6 months?
No, it's been about 8 months. The first 2 months were slow, and then it picked up rather fast.
I don't know what all you're doing here. I've never heard of anybody doing the volume you're doing the things you described. But what in the whole
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Eternity we shall spend. Eternity we shall spend.
Executed. An enemy has been slain. The sweet tones of misery. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain. Slain an enemy. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Double kill. An enemy is unstoppable. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I'm not really sure how to build the thresh. I guess we can go back to shields like we used to do. They got a few different items. That one that increases damage when you immobilize an enemy, I think is pretty nice, but I don't know how useful it is in total. Like, I think like a Nautilus or something, unless there's a cooldown on it. I think it had a cooldown of like 4 seconds. I believe Thresh's hook can go down to 4 seconds if you have enough cooldown reduction. So it could work. It's a damage increase. It would help with picks. I don't know. We can give that a try, and then we can go back and try the shields, maybe. It's kind of weird how, in the past, Braum was never really a good champion that I played. I never really saw Braum as, like, a super good support pick, but now that I've played support a lot more, I feel like Braum is a really solid support pick if you're really planning to defend your ADC and have your ADC carry. Because how I play him is double summoner spells, no boots, and you just stick onto your ADC and make sure that you die first. And I think we were maxing out W, and then we were maxing out E, because the W gives more passive defense and more repositioning. So I think that was pretty much what we were trying to do, and it helps make up for not having boots. So you would consistently keep using W on your ADC, which consistently boosts their defense, and then you max out your shield secondary. I'm pretty sure that's how we were playing it before. Okay, so if we immobilize an enemy, we get like 9 seconds or 9% damage bonus or something for 9 seconds, I think is what it is. The only immobilize I think we have is the hook. I don't know if the flay and stuff counts. I doubt it does. So we can get bonus damage and defense here, or we can try and do something else. So we can go press the attack, so we'll get a damage bonus of 3% or 12%, so we can get 20% damage increase with those two together. I think that's the play. Then we can do increased mana regeneration would keep us in lane longer, maybe more shields. Or we can get additional golden HP. Let's try Presence of Mind just to see how it helps us in lane with mana. Then we can get Tenacity, Bloodline. I think we got to go Alacrity for increased attack speed here. Tenacity could be good. Increased damage while I'm below. %8 more damage to champions who have less than 40% HP. We'll try Croup de Grace. Secondary, I mean, movement speed is nice. The Hex Tech Flash is nice. Let's see what else they've added here. So, Genius Hunter, Ultimate Hunter, you gain Ultimate gain 6 plus an additional per bounty stack. Alright, so we can increase our movement speed, which would help us with repositioning. We can get Ghost Wards, or we can increase our damage. I think we go with Cheap Shot and Relentless Hunter. I don't know what runes we have. I don't even think we have runes selected, so that might be part of our issue as well. With this, though, we're going to be pretty squishy. We're going to build tank, I believe, just like a normal support. But the main thing here is usually Thresh can do an auto attack, flay, auto attack, flay. Then we're going to get a burst of damage. So we'll get the 40 bonus damage, and then they get vulnerable. So they're going to take 8% from all sources for 6 seconds. And then we're going to build this Evening Shroud. After immobilizing enemy champions or being immobilized, cause that target and all nearby enemy champions to take 9% increased damage for 4 seconds. So we were going to want ability haste, and we're going to be increasing their damage. If we get this item first thing, that means we'll be able to get a total of shit. We'll be able to get 17% damage increase. We are pretty vulnerable now. What is that? First strike. Attacks or abilities against an enemy with a combat. Grant 5 gold and first strike for 3 seconds, causing you 10% extra damage against champions. And you get bonus gold. That seems pretty strong. Seems like I could use that on my support. Two ADCs, we're going to get picked apart here. Seems like our attack speed's going to be pretty low. We might need like the attack speed run. That might be a good option.
An enemy has been slain.
The question is, well, I guess we need to build this item first anyway. Maybe go this and grab some armor. Get a pink ward. I don't really remember all the times and stuff for dragon and all that. Right now we're about at 5 minutes. Dragon is spawning soon. So 5 minutes. Herald gets a little bit left. Oh, he missed. I can't believe it.
An enemy has been slain.
Can't believe, like, I missed an auto, I didn't ignite, and he missed an auto, and we almost both died.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, don't you dare lose to that support.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I forgot that we were supposed to be maxing that.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Ah, shit.
An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will fall soon.
Mm. 15 minutes. We need like a resolve secondary or something. You need something a little bit tankier. The Thresh's melee range is just a little bit too short to really press the attack. We need something a little bit more.
Killing spree.
Yeah. What's Doesn't really say that there's a cooldown. These two are pretty even up top. Well, not really, but I think Moore can win this. Just gonna back him up a little bit because Rengar will probably show up. Yeah.
Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
This probably isn't the smartest idea. What is... Causes that target and all nearby enemy champions to take... What is this at? I'm down to 10 seconds right now. Not terrible. But we're not very tanky either, so I don't really know what to say about that. Is there anything else that... So... Everyone, your accomplice's attack, so this will boost his attack damage more. Probably need this.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Hmm.
An ally has been slain. destroyed.
The sweet tones of misery.
Kind of risky. That's my ADC right there.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Eternity shall stay.
An ally has been slain.
Relax. Just let go.
Shut down.
we shall see.
That's a little risky.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I don't really know about that one, to be honest. I don't know if it applies because it says specifically immobilized, so I don't know if the swipe and everything counts. The other ability was a little bit too hard for us to actually stack. But I do find it interesting that it's an AoE damage increase. So maybe like a Nautilus, if we, instead of doing like a tank, we do like a kind of a damage carry Nautilus and we use that. Oh, be interesting. I don't know how it's going to pan out, to be honest. You lose quite a bit of defense, but you would have. I don't know if that item that reduces or reduces their defenses in an AoE is still in the game or not. But that's something that could be good.
Start here for the Rays. He just.
What are you looking at? Baseball.
Clean chaser.
Listen, did you know that Shirley Temple always had exactly 56 curls in her hair? Now you do.
Start here for the Rays. He just. Poliquin step-ups named after Olympic gold medal creating miracle worker Charles Poliquin. Scale by height and load. After coaching tens of thousands of reps, I can attest to insane results from the 3 to 6 inch range, starting with just 3 inches and assisted. When easy and pain-free for 25 reps, then unassisted, then loaded. Through patience and precision, I went from having to do it assisted 3 inches to now doing loaded 6 inch step with perfect form, which means lowering only to my non-working heel with my hip at least in line with my ankle.
Average in New York, 6 figures in New York is. You gotta make 6 figures. Doing all right. Like, you're not starving in New York.
74% of black women make less than $50K a year. Like,
say that.
Cool, y'all two might be the exception, but black women on average. On average, you do not make that money. Like, that's how all these degrees cost. Most of them are in debt. So we need to talk about that as well.
Average in New York, 6 figures in New York is. You gotta make 6 figures. Doing all right. Like, you're not starving in New York.
74% of black women make less than $50K a year.
Say that.
Y'all do make the exception, but black women on average.
I'm not saying nothing about
Black women on average do not make that type of money. Like, y'all got all these degrees. You have stiff hips. This is how you can fix it. Stretching is not going to do the trick. If it was, you'd already have fixed it by now. You have to get the hips into a full range of motion under load. That's where we start with elevating the heels. Then you hold weight to get the ingredient of ayahuasca is DMT, dimethyltryptamine. Did you know that you can get a high-paying career with Google without a college degree? Let's go. First thing, search Google Career Certificate. Hey, go ahead and click on Google Career Certificates, and you'll come to this site right here. No experience necessary. Learn at your own pace. Average salary, $63,000. They teach IT support, data analytics, project management, and more. And upon completion of a Google Career Certificate, you will gain access to an exclusive job platform where you can easily apply to opportunities. Like and follow for more information like this. Did you know that you can get a high-paying career with Google without a college degree? Let's go. First thing, search Google Career Certificate. Hey, go ahead and click on Google Career Certificates, and you'll come to this site right here. No experience necessary. Learn at your own pace. Average salary, $63,000. They teach IT support, data analytics, project management, and more. And upon completion of a Google Career Certificate, you will gain access to an exclusive job platform where you can easily apply to opportunities. Like and follow for more information like this. Did you know that you can get a high-paying career with Google without a college degree?
Thought I told you kids to go plow in the field.
But Dad, we've been plowing all morning.
Yeah, I can't take any more plowing. I can barely walk.
Look, I know it seems like dirty work, but Chris, you gotta spread that seed until your sack is empty. And Meg, you gotta clear away all that brush so he can plant it deep where it needs to be.
Okay, we'll keep at it. But I think that hoe is pretty much worn out.
Well, flip it over. You can use both sides.
And thought I
Got an air fryer. I realized some foods are just made to be cooked in the air fryer, and shrimp is one of those foods. I'm not even a huge shrimp fan, but I cannot stop making this shrimp because it's super easy. You only need a few ingredients, and the tail is going to slide right off. I'm just coating it in paprika and a little bit of oil and air frying it for 7 minutes at 375 degrees. When it's done, I melted a little bit of butter, mixed it with some of this hot chipotle danos, which goes so well with the shrimp. It is so good. If you guys try it.
Another fire damaged house. This one, I would say, is probably about 40% burnt. You can see the back, flame, charred. I went to the roof, went to the ceiling, but there's still money here. Now I'm buying at such a good price where all I'm really gonna do is clear out the trash and find the right buyer who wants to come in here and rebuild it the right way. Don't sleep on burnt houses. That's how you turn off those. Another.
Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Rexa. Let me look at this real quick.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy.
Shield him out or burst damage. I don't really know.
An enemy has been slain.
Honestly, don't even know what I'm going to be doing for the rest of this stuff either. I think we got to go with defense. Double check this. Causes target and all nearby enemy champions to take 9% increased damage. So it's not. It applies to me as well. So that's good. That is good.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Maybe I should have TP'd. I don't know.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
So this one reduces their magic defense, right? But I kind of need some armor. I don't really know. I think Set just destroyed somebody.
An enemy has been slain.
Works.
An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
Oh, did they nerf the range, or am I just crazy? Did I just kill Drag? No. Something weird happened. I don't know what that was.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I think we build a little wave and try to push back right here. Maybe. Not 100% on that one.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret.
What's this? Wait, what's that other item that we were gonna do? All items tank. Yeah, demonic embrace is one of them. I think. Get some pink wards.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. Thought I would have been a little bit more tanky than that, but you know, it's whatever. Ooh, that's a close one. I think you just leave that to Shaco.
Has destroyed a turret. kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Huh. I don't know how the stack system works, but that's a thing, I guess.
Triple kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Nautilus is pretty good because, like, at proccing that specific ability, because he can do. Basically, you do like a hook or some sort of action into an auto attack, which is going to immobilize them for like 2 seconds or like a second or something. And then you activate your W, which automatically hits another auto attack. And then you do like an E, or you just go in with another auto attack. And so you instantaneously proc that ability. And there's going to be like 2 immobilizes in there, so I feel it'll be like a much better support to run that setup on.
Cops reporting live for DNN in Odessa, Ukraine, where the Ukrainians have been able to properly port once what we thought was a sunken Moscow ship that Russia had abandoned in the middle of that waterway that's in that place. So, long story short, Russians are telling us that the Moscow had caught fire and munitions on the ship detonated, causing the damage, whereas Ukrainian officials are telling us that no, a Poseidon missile was fired from off Odessa and into the sea where it struck the Moscow. Now, how the Moscow got here and is in such fantastic shape, I'm unaware of. However, we have a specialist today. Sir, if you would. Someone from the Ukrainian Special Institute of Intelligence is here to clarify some of these issues. Sir, could you please give us your name for the record?
Hello, I'm Dmitry Antonov.
Now, Dmitry, what we're trying to do here is discover which side is telling you the truth. The Russians are saying that the Moscow ship had caught fire and that munitions exploded on board. However, the Ukrainians, your intelligence agency, is telling us that no, it was a Poseidon missile. Could you please clarify this for us?
Yes, Ukraine have own Poseidon missile. We say for special occasions, birthdays, Russian invasions. We take off real low altitude, avoid radar detection. You pop up, instant signature from smokestack. Missile travel down tube, and it gets in there and it fucking explodes in a magazine. And then, maybe we use missile, maybe Vladimir Putin's a fucking liar, and we didn't blow it up. We blew it up.
What I'm getting out of this is that this was a fantastic strike by the Ukrainian military. Now, some additional questions that I have is, originally the Russians had stated that once the ship was deadlined, they were towing it away for repair, but it's here now in Ukraine. Could you expand on how it got here?
Oh, yes, Kremlin say that the ship sank on way told to America. No, we use special agricultural maritime division, Ukraine, and we use the naval tractor, and we pull it when they embarrass it, so they tell you that it's something.
You used a water tractor to pull it into port.
Yes, it is the naval variant of the, John Deere.
So your land-based, I guess, John Deere removal of all these armored personnel carriers, you've now ramped it up to now remove naval equipment.
Yes, America very helpful supply, great agricultural equipment, and Ukraine with those ships.
Outstanding. I can barely believe it. My final question would be, now that you have it here, what are your plans with the ship now that it's under Ukrainian control?
Well, we offer ship to NATO for technological reasons, scrap metal reasons. The Swedes have promised us Adidas tracksuit for all best occasions and most prestigious balls.
With prestigious what?
The balls.
Balls?
Yes, big beautiful balls. Every Ukrainian girl deserves to go to ball.
Oh, like a disco?
Yes.
Okay, well, and on that note, back to you, back at the homeland. ACL. Is there missiles? Why are we looking up?
Sometimes you look up.
Sometimes you look up. Emergency! Angry mean!
I'm gonna give you guys three numbers, a three-number sequence, and I have.
Something you got to know. Shoot this out of my corporations for neither. Everything in the universe is.
Whoa, my screen is now miniature.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
What's going on here? Dark Seal. Sir, where are the support items?
Minions have spawned.
Cool. Oh, that kind of sucked.
First blood.
Definitely going to be a little rough. Little rough.
Slain.
No one's too good for a date with the devil.
A little rough.
Nobody's perfect. That's why everyone goes to hell.
I don't know. Pretty much a free kill right here.
Your turret has been destroyed. Executed.
Did somebody order some ironic punishment?
Shut down.
Hmm.
been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Trying to think of a champion that can immobilize relatively fast and auto attack. Nautilus is basically the only one.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Not looking good. We got 3 ADCs though, so I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, my build is 90% of the problem here, but I'm just saying.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill.
Realistically, I mean, we probably shouldn't pull up. Just give them the first couple dragons and set them to turret and farm.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy rampage.
If I were mortal, the last thing I want to see is waits for no one.
Your turret has been destroyed.
This gate swings one way.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Curse upon the good. It claims you.
An enemy has been slain. That's three. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill. Has been destroyed.
See if we can get a Nautilus. Or maybe I should get some food.